Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, it's the lights, it's Monty. We are back today for some more Sac State League of Legends. How are you doing today, Monty?
I'm doing well. It's early, but ready for some 11 a.m. League of Legends.
Heck yeah, heck yeah. Today, your very own Sac State Green Team is going to be taking on the University of Tennessee at Knoxville Volunteers, the University of Tennessee. And that'll be the first game in today's double elimination bracket powered by Hunt. This is going to be the Clash in the South, they're calling it.
Taking a look at the different teams participating, they've got a pretty good array of teams coming across the U.S.
Ah, come on. What's the worst that could happen?
Now, we're seeing some crazy representation, a lot of hard hitters in this tournament today, the likes of UC Irvine, obviously University of Tennessee here, your very own Sac State. You got NAU in the mix that y'all will recognize from the Big Sky Conference tournament. So gonna be a fun one, gonna be some great League of Legends happening today.
Yeah, I mean, jumping into the champ selects, looks like they were focusing on jungle, and then I think Katarina one trick might be their mid laner in Bob Joey.
And
Overall, some
notably,
pretty solid bans from UTK.
yeah, pretty typical from what we've seen against Sac State. Jinx not a new one, Galio not a new one, and then Karma maybe a bit of a divergence from what we've been seeing against Sac State. Garrett certainly liking to pilot the engage options a little bit more than the likes of Karma. It's going to be Ezreal first pick, and we're talking about these 280 carries. Notable roster shift for Sac State. Venti will be absent from the first two games of this tournament. We will be playing with the substitute 80 carry extraordinaire Bio Banana. Going to be filling in for us today.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I've actually played with Bio a couple times for a couple semesters, and he plays along a similar vein as Venti does. Looks to really play aggressively and kind of snowball leads. But he's also capable of, surviving in lane and giving Garrett the opportunity to roam around and make plays around the map.
Sounds like the full package. Sounds like our 80 carry position going to be left in good hands today. Venti will be back. Should there be any games past the first two, if I'm not mistaken? We'll have to see once the time rolls around. It's going to be Caitlyn that Bio Banana's taken on in that bot lane, as Bob Joey picking up the Ahri for himself in the mid lane.
Yeah, I'm curious as to, I didn't really see it's a couple Ahri games from Bob Joey. I'm wondering if they're just looking to pick that away from XP, who has been on a little bit of an Ahri hot streak lately. Those recent changes with the Spirit Rush have been really, really good for Ahri as champion. Oh, the Swain!
We're going to get the new Swain.
Oh man, so Swain has been pivoted from a support mid flex to more of a mid top flex. They've taken away the passive pull from immobilizes. So like if other people see him, Swain can't pull. He can only pull off of a landing and never move. But the trade-off is a bit more damage on his Q, and then basically being able to stay in his ultimate form as long as he's draining enemy champions. So more of a long-term, he's kind of acting more as like one of those consistent damage control mages now, which is really interesting.
Gotcha. Then it looks like the support pairing for that Caitlyn down there is going to be Tarek. That's an interesting one. Certainly not what you're used to seeing down there with Caitlyn. But it's a champ that really shifts the way that the game is played as soon as he's picked by either team. That ultimate is among the most powerful and game-changing ultimates in the game. So you see a lot of teams playing around that very heavily, both from and against the Tarek.
Yeah, and I mean, we were kind of talking about it, or at least I mentioned it earlier. Mordekaiser being a solid pick for Justin. A well-known go-to pick. He got a 1v5, basically pentakill on it in the Big Sky Conference. So solid ban away from Justin on that one.
Definitely.
Diana. And one thing I'm interested in is Tarek is really good for like countering the big one and done wombo combo, which Swain used to be, but with him being more of a consistent damage dealer now, we'll see if that ultimate ends up being useful, or if Saxace can be able to draft more of a sustained damage comp.
Yeah, right now I would say the only real bummer that Saxate's going to have going into the Tarek pick is Volley. You know, the champs that are on a one-way trip, so to speak, in terms of their gameplay loop in a fight, those are the ones that are going to struggle very, very heavily. So Volley, you're going to send his Carcass in there with the ultimate. If he gets Swain ultied on, he's probably just going to... Or not Swain ultied on, Tarek ultied on, he's probably just going to die. But Swain and Ezreal can play the fights pretty non-committal and not really get punished too terribly much by a Tarek ulti under normal circumstances.
Mm-hmm.
And then
I'm curious as to how Saxate wants to kind of pivot in the second round, because they have a pretty solid front line. They may be able to look at something more support-oriented for Garrett, like the Enchanters, or they might just look to go more all-in. But with the Ahri Shyvana dive, I would imagine we're probably looking for something a little bit more peel-oriented.
Yeah, that was the other side of the coin that I was kind of thinking about. Is this is another way that you can utilize the Tarek ultimate is to enable dive, right? You know, get that Tarek ultimate on, send your Carcass in there while it's completely immune, and do a whole bunch of damage. And Shyvana definitely going to be capable of that. A little bit different from what the rest of the comp wants to do at the moment, but Ahri, an incredibly flexible champion. And then, you know, you could really shift this comp over that way with what I expect to be an R5 pick up toward the top lane.
Oh, definitely. I usually want to save that last pick for either mid or top. And I mean, going with, there's plenty of safe pay. Ooh, I didn't see that one coming.
Neither did I. Gonna be Senna for Garrett. And if you thought Karma was a divergence from this man's normal playstyle, Senna is about as far away from it as you can go. But it's going to enable him to be a little bit of that carry presence for the team. The team is fairly low damage prior to the Senna being locked in, which I think might have been some of the rationale there. And then Irelia going to round out the composition for the University of Tennessee. And that is going to be some of that dive threat that I was talking about, getting in there with the Shyvana, going to be supported by the Ahri and the Tarek ultis. If they're able to pull that combination off, it's going to be really difficult for Saxate to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, there's initially, like when the draft started, like with the first two picks or so, I was like, okay, Saxate's still looking to play really aggressively. With Ezreal being able to flex, kind of playing forward while having that Arcane Shift and Flash available. But yeah, how the turntables, I mean, Saxate probably has to play more defensively against this comp, because I mean, if Senna or Ezreal end up out of position, it's not going to be good, because they're the crux of the damage, unless XP is able to get really, really ahead of this Ahri.
Yeah, definitely. And it's interesting because, you know, Ezreal is, of course, a very, very safe backline carry, but with the way that you draft your topside so early, other than the Nar for Saxate, you're left with basically no peel, which is like a common problem with Senna, is like she's so good in X situation or whatever, but your peel is so often coming from the support position, and then Senna, while effective, needs peel and is coming from the position where usually the peel comes from. And while Ezreal might not need very much peel, Senna most certainly does. So there's a world in which this pick just does not get a whole lot of value. You know, maybe the lane will be strong, and that's kind of what they're looking to play through, is have one lane of pressure. I know Irelia into Gnar is a matchup that a lot of Irelia players would be really, really happy to take anytime they see it. I'm not too sure about how Swain mid plays into Ahri just yet, I'll be honest. But I would imagine that's a lot of just AFK pushing and farming. So maybe that's what they were looking for with the Senna pick, is just have one solid lane of pressure that they can play through.
Yeah, Shyvana shouldn't be able to do too much early, unless Bio and Garrett are just fighting Caitlyn and Tarek under tower. Wait, I mean, Ezreal doesn't really push the lane super well. Senna can help, but neither of them should have the degree of wave control that Caitlyn Tarek can have. Because if those two want to push the lane, they'll be able to push it. With the Peacemaker and potentially just even using the stun, Tarek stun, to just push the wave. But if Tarek stun does land in the Caitlyn trap, we're talking a lot of damage. We've seen Venti pull off the triple headshot combo off Caitlyn, and it hurts.
It is quite deadly. And on a bot lane like this, both are going to be targets for such a combo. Going to be very difficult. Ezreal, of course, having the Arcane Shift available, but if that first Tarek stun lands, if you just try to kind of ego dodge it with your own 2 feet instead of using the Arcane Shift, you get locked up by that thing, that's going to be curtains. And then Senna doesn't even have that. Doesn't even have the get out of jail free card, so...
Yeah, I mean, she does have that like spirit shift, gives her a bit of a movement speed. So maybe look for the sidestep, but Garrett definitely gonna have to play on a knife's edge in this lane. Overall, I'm really hoping that Bama's gonna be able to make some plays happen on this Volibear. Hopefully, one of these lanes is gonna be able to set him up. Ahri, like Swain Volibear into the Ahri early if XP is able to let Ahri kind of push in. Volibear stun into Swain never move should be a pretty easy combo, and I'm imagining with Swain mid he'll take Electrocute, so pretty heavy burst damage coming from these two. Should be possible to make something mid happen, if not bot lane. I think top you probably just leave on an island unless you're looking to like 3-man.
Yeah, definitely. It's... Yeah, that mid play I think is probably what you're looking to the most early on if you're Sac State with your volley swing combo for sure. Top lane should just be kind of sad for Justin is my kind of expectation, my knowledge of how Gnar into Irelia typically goes. But we'll have to see. Going to be an interesting one for sure.
Anything interesting? Summoner. Ooh. I kind of like the summoner spell adjustment. XP's going on this Swain.
Oh, we got Ghost TP on our Swain.
I'm getting some Darius
Interesting.
vibes. Like I was saying, the Swain changes do make him more of a consistent damage champion who really wants to stay on top of enemy champions. So the Ghost may prove more useful than the Flash as far as playing aggressively or just for movement. Really going to be relying on that vamp damage from the ultimate in these team fights. And actually, looks like Bio opted for the exhaust, and Garrett's going with heal, which should be fairly helpful for these aggressive dive-oriented draft that UTK has.
Yeah, certainly nothing too new there. It's makes a fair bit of sense, and yeah, like you were saying, the dive going to come through. That's going to be really helpful for that. So I am in the game here, but
You might have had a pause.
Okay, yeah, I was just making sure you were
Usually what happens.
also still stuck at 0-0 for sure.
Yeah. Just small indie company spectator bugs.
Look at anything else we might have going on here. So PTA Shyvana, in case there was any no other shenanigans going on here. Obviously the AP build on that champ was getting most of the spotlight for a very long time, but most frequently nowadays we see sort of one damage item into full tank, or one of the Bambi Cinder items rush into like a Blade of the Ruined King or something like that into full tank. Usually what we're seeing, maybe Shadow Alks will get even spicier, go for maybe some more of those on-hit items, bring the damage through.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean there's plenty of options and flexibility for the Shyvana if they're winning. The win more on hit or AP build is potentially an option, or just kind of going the front line chaos maker that Shyvana can be in that dragon form. Because, yeah, I mean, taking down Aurelia, Shyvana, and an Ahri, just dealing with those super, super mobile, aggressive champs, might prove difficult. See a lot of healing, pretty much for everyone but Bamo. We have Fleet Footwork on 2 champs, and then Conquer on the other 2.
And Senna's another one that has some pretty strong opinions had in the community about Keystone choices. So seeing the Fleet Footwork coming
It looks
through.
like you might need to click on the timeline.
Oh, is that right?
To get the game to play.
Ah, there we are. There we are.
Yeah.
All right. Did you get yours going?
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Spectator bug. Sorry, everybody. Stream should be going live here in a second. There we go.
There we are.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Alright, where are we at? About 30 or so seconds?
I am 35,
30
36,
seconds until
37.
For sure. Alright, just want to make sure we're all synced up. Thank you, chat. As far as items go, nothing really too surprising, I'd say. Everything looks fairly standard, and just a normal 5-point coming out.
There we go.
Minions have spawned.
Like the junglers are gonna be starting opposite from each other. It does make sense. Shyvana is probably going to full clear. I can't really imagine there's too much going on. Justin shouldn't really be forced to push the lane at all. And it does give Bamo the option to play for mid or bot, which we're kind of hoping is the game plan.
Oh, there's the stun. Ignite gonna go down onto Garrett already. Look at how squishy this Senna is. There's gonna be the heal coming out immediately. It's just so deadly.
Yeah,
You want to talk about glass cannon? Senna is as glass as it comes.
XP already landing those never moves. They were kind of the bane of his existence in the Swain matchups in the Big Sky Conference, but glad that he's doing all right on the pick. But yeah, I'm concerned with that stun landing, and Tarek did not have to flash to land it. So it's still up. Garrett does not have flash or heal. So I mean, if Pike Vineyard wants to look really aggressive for a flash stun, they can definitely to make something happen.
The pots will get Garrett up to pretty healthy spot now, so it will have to be like a real solid combo to come through to kill him with the Ignite now being gone. So much trading in the mid lane. Ignite gonna go down onto XP and X. Oh, the flash whipped, but it's going to be 2 autos coming through. Going to be first blood over to Bob Joey. Pike Vanguard flashing in for the stun. Going to miss that one in onto Garrett. Bamo's in onto Pike Vineyard. Going to get down a ton of damage. Garrett going to fall to Lohith at the back end of the fight. Saxstate can chase this. Lohith going to expend his flash here. Bamo looks like doesn't quite have the stun cooldown up just yet. And everybody's going to walk away. Going to be a 1-for-1. Okay, so let's take stock here. What all was used? We've got both sums blown in the mid lane for that play onto XP and X. Hold that thought. More action before I can even speak. Never mind. Justin's got the jump out of there. But yeah, all sums gone in the bot lane outside of BioBanana's flash. Got a little 2-man roam up toward the top side and try to get Justin out of this Irelia matchup. Ballberry going to land into the stun. Flash is available for I'm a Happy Panda, but he knows he's just dead. Going to fall down there. Do the damage.
There's that 3 on
Garrett
top.
is so squishy.
Ooh. He does have a pretty healthy mana bar, so he should be able to heal himself and bio mana back up.
And if the goal of this Senna pick was lane control, it has not panned out.
Yeah, I mean, with Pike Vineyard not having that flash available, it's going to have to really have some fancy footwork, mind games to, I think, to land this stun, especially with Garrett being level 3. Should have access to all the abilities, so that like Shade Shift ability, bonus move speed. Hopefully, Garrett won't be getting hit by too many other stuns moving forward.
Despite that play coming up to kind of bail Justin out of this very difficult top lane matchup a little bit, look at the CS difference coming in there at the moment. I'm a Happy Panda in commanding control of this top lane at the moment, though Bamo is given some more proximity up toward that top side right now. Maybe gonna look to get another one off. I'm a Happy Panda did hold the flash from the earlier play, but he's gonna face check Bamo here.
Ooh.
Sun's gonna come in. Bamo does a lot of damage right now. I think with the help from Justin, this is gonna be I'm a Happy Panda going down under the tower. Justin can take one more shot. Bamo autoed the tower. The E is going to miss the boomer. I'm a Happy Panda put on the blue suede shoes for that one.
Oh, I'm a Happy Penguin because those feet are crazy.
Well, we've got Garrett making a move into the mid lane.
Good ultimate from Bob Joey there.
Oh, he's looking to turn this around on XP. I think he may have overestimated himself a little bit there. Is going to be able to get the trade kill back.
First Drake going towards University of Tennessee. That Mountain Drake's going to be really good for them with how beefy most of these members are.
Oh, Justin's got Mega Gnar in, but I'm a Happy Panda. I really just does too much damage. The minion auto's going to come through, though, and that is a trade kill back for Justin.
Okay. We've had a pretty spicy game. We're over a death a minute. Where do we see the scaling angle favoring?
Oh boy. Oh jeez. Between Caitlyn and Ezreal, I think I'm giving that one to Ezreal narrowly, but that's not a game changer particularly.
Items.
Yeah. Top lane, that's all Irelia all game.
Oh yeah.
In the jungle, Volibear, Volibear and Shyvana are both going to have scaling issues, but Volibear is like the poster child of falling off these days.
Oh yeah.
And then the mid lane matchup, I don't know too much about, honestly, is hold that thought. Garrett going to have the Ignite down onto him, going to have to expend the flash right off the bat. A good root going to get him out of most of it. Bio Banana going to tank up the ace in the hole. And the Sac State, just as we've seen pretty much every time we pan down here, limping out, just barely able to escape.
Ooh, good dodge. Ruslan, Pike could be dead here. He's got a pretty good mana pool for those heals.
Bamo going to step on a trap, but Bio's got the WQ in on Ezreal. Going to be able to pick up that kill. And Bamo is just everywhere on the map, making so much happen.
Ooh, if that True Shot Barrage landed, Bamo's 6.
We do have Bob Joey making his way down here, though. Oh boy.
I love the aggression from Bamo in this game.
Playing so well. He's just everywhere.
You know you have to make plays happen pre-6 because once Shyvana hits 6, she's looking to gank more often. But also level 6, Volibear definitely unlocks plenty of tower dive opportunities. I think for most of these, now we've moved to the point where you have to maybe start ignoring bot lane as long as Ahri has ultimate, because she's just going to be able to run away. Top lane diving Irelia. Ooh, never moving in mid. Nothing can come out of it. I think you probably look to play bot side. We still don't really know what the soul's going to be. We can guess it might be Ocean, Cloud, or Hextech. I mean, as long as it's not a Cloud Drake, you could potentially give the second one up and maybe play for Herald. Look to just play the scaling game, kind of get XP and X ahead. Ooh. Big damage, big poke damage coming out of low here.
Justin scooting on out of their top lane. I pointed out the CS difference up there earlier on in the game, but with how much Justin's been able to be bailed out and that great counterplay onto the dive up there, the CS lead has looks like it's stabilized at about 20 as we've got a 4-man play down into the bot lane. Bio Banana going to expend the flash, but is going to get taken down by Bob Joey. Garrett getting down what damage he can. This could be a huge play for Sac State. The University of Tennessee health bars dropping very quickly. XP is into the back line, taking up so much damage, going to blow them all to smithereens. It's a 4-for-1 in favor of Sac State. 2 kills over to Garrett, 2 kills over to XPNX on the Swain. And the boys are online.
Pick a vacuum brand and Swain is sponsored by it. Oh my god. Hoover vacuum just running through. Cannot be understated how crazy these Swain changes are. I mean, that was exceptionally... Ooh.
Vanguard's Edge down in the top lane, and it's going to be another trade kill. We're fine with those. Always in forever.
It's not too bad. I mean, we don't really like the gold going to Aurelia, but as long as it's a 1-for-1 and not, 1-for-0, and then Aurelia pushes the lane in. Bruce landing. Bless.
Looks like that'll be the end of the bot play. We do see, however, up top lane, this wave state going to favor Happy Panda very, very heavily. Does have the teleport available. Wave crashing into Justin's turret right now with no teleport available, so he is going to fall even further behind in CS.
Not looking too healthy. Ultimate's up soon. Bamo jumping the gun a little bit. I'm curious if they're going to fight for this Drake. XP and Bamo not really being full health. Honestly, you can give this up, play for Herald. And then maybe look to test the...
Oh, Garrett going to get picked off the bat. The peel going to come through, it looks like, though. Bamo cannot tank up this much damage. The Taric ulti going to ensure that the play goes in the way of University of Tennessee. Bob Joey with the resets popping off here, going to land a charm onto Garrett. Lahith going to be able to pick that one up. And that's going to be 3 quick kills going over to University of Tennessee.
Really don't like that contest. The health bars were not really there. The cooldowns weren't really there. Yeah, I think that was a little over-aggressive from Sac State. Oh, and it is a Cloud Drake. Excuse me, Cloud Soul, I mean. I mean, if you're Sac State, you don't really mind this. The Cloud Soul going over towards UTK. It could be any of the other two would have been worse, for sure. But it does feel bad because now Dragon stacking for Sac State feels kind of meh.
For sure.
Oh no.
You see, they are going to get to that Herald play, but it's not to answer the Dragon, so the contest could be able to come through here for Tennessee. We've got Lahith on this Caitlyn making his way toward the mid lane, but Shadow Alex going to have to pop his flash to get away from Sac State right off the bat. The Herald's not going down particularly fast, though. It looks like the University of Tennessee collapse going to come in. Herald's going to reset the Vanguard's Edge. Brahma Happy Panda not tanky enough yet, though. Sac State could chase this one down. XP taking up a lot of damage, but dropping very low. Alex is into the back line, but there's no follow-up from the team. They're all just standing there, didn't have cooldowns or something. Lahith going to go down. Bob Joey going to get slowed up by the boulder toss. Going to find another Spirit Rush out of Bamo's E there. That's going to be 3 quick kills over to Sac State off of the Herald play. Didn't even get the objective, just going to be able to pick those up right quick for themselves.
XP next, the traveling vacuum salesman. I think we found the win con here. Play around the Swain ultimate.
Absolutely. He's so strong on this champion. It's only going to get worse. Woo!
Oh man, if Bios Q lands there, definitely a dead Ahri.
Oh man.
Oh, Leandri's is finished for XPNX here. So these Swain ultimates are just gonna get more and more rough for Tennessee.
Bammo making his way into the top lane, just going to dissuade any sort of aggression there.
Escape route secured.
And, you know, we talk about the strength of the Swain right now. Just want to draw your attention to the gold here real quick. The gold, because of the CS difference in the mid lane, is pretty much even. It's actually a smidge in favor of Bob Joey in the mid lane. Then you tack on, of course, the huge gold leads going down in the bot and top lane. Is Justin just going to fall solo to I'm Happy Panda? And there is the truth of this matchup, ladies and gentlemen. Gnar into Irelia is a painful one.
Oh yeah. Definitely going to need a little bit of support for Justin up there in that top side, because it's a tough match from here on out.
Oh, Garrett looked like he's in a position to just get run down, and there it is. Bob Joey going to pick that one up for himself. Oh, Bammo looking to get aggressive onto Lohith, going to force out the flash right away. I don't think Lohith is going to have the damage to finish this one off, but he may have the damage for Bio Banana if Bammo going to be able to get in front of the ace of the hole. All 5 members of University of Tennessee in around this mid lane play. Bio Banana going to live through the dive. Coming through. XP and X, the man of the hour, has made his way into the mid lane. The Taric ultimate is down to enable the University of Tennessee dive onto this tower, though. But XP may as well be invulnerable himself. Justin going to teleport in. Should be able to clean up this kill onto Lohith. Will indeed fall. Shadow Alex is in the sights now. Justin with the flash. Boomerang going to land the slow onto him.
One more auto.
Oh, the move speed from the W will not be enough to dodge out of the second Boomerang, and that's going to be another quick kill over to Justin. 5-3-3 on the Gnar, despite the incredibly painful matchup, going to be able to get himself another kill on the board.
I am glad to see that the Swain Suck was able to kind of overpower the Taric ultimate there. But definitely a tense situation while you kind of have to weigh out that invulnerability. Herald being dropped. Should be the tier 1 mid going down, which is nice and locks the map a little bit. Shelly Crash should be coming through.
Oh, there it is! One auto from dead, that mid tower. Garrett stepping up, going to be hit by the Everfrost. This should be Garrett going down real quick at the start of the play.
Guys, we need to play around the Swain ultimate. It's not quite up yet. Just need to stall for it. Ooh, XP stole that Scuttle Crab.
Some good damage coming through. This is a 4v5 contest onto this dragon. They do have some poke to come through. But Tennessee going to be able to kill this so fast. They want it. They want the 4v5. XP's in there with the Swain ultimate, going to be able to pick up Lohith at the start of the play. Pike Vineyard likely to be going down to him next. Bob Joey going to be picked up by Bio Banana.
Oh my god.
And it's a straight brawl, but he's just drain tanking the whole team, and 4v5 Stacked State picks up the ace. Only Bammo going to fall from the play, and of course Garrett just prior. But my god, if I'm not mistaken, Sac State was down gold at the start of that play, but the power of the Swain, it just doesn't seem that University of Tennessee has anything to handle it. They just, they can do nothing.
Seeing some pings on the bounty XP Nex has right now.
6-2 and 11 on the Swain. The man is stepping up in a big way.
Justin has a 300 gold bounty too. Not too sure how that happened.
He is still down gold as well in the 1v1 matchup.
Yeah, I'm not sure how he has a bounty being down so much gold. But,
Rito Games, ladies and gentlemen.
Here.
Yeah, looks like it may well be. Bammo's sprinting in there, but Justin's dropping so low. That's going to be another Blade Search coming in. I think Panda wins this.
Ooh. Sentinel ult's coming just to kind of help out.
And there's Irelia Things. Panda right back up to full HP.
Yeah. Conqueror fully stacked.
And he could almost definitely just keep pushing there. Not going to risk it. Not knowing where XP was on the map, perhaps.
There is some grievous wounds coming out, finally, from Tennessee. Garrett's playing really aggressively here.
Oh, he's just so squishy. There's the Taric ulti. Teleport going to come in. Garrett going to be forced to flash away. XP, he's got the stopwatch coming in crucially, but still going to fall the team. Just not able to make it in time. A great Everfrost out of Bob Joey going to lock up to Bio Banana going to fall. looks like this is going to be the mid-outer at the very least for University of Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, XPNX, I think most of the reasons these fights worked out pretty well is because Bamo and Justin have been coming through, acting as sources of confusion for these team fights, making it difficult on who to focus, and just them being major threats to the backline. With XPNX being the solo member there, everyone able to just focus him down. You need your front lane to all converge at the same time if your stacks stay here.
Yeah, Swain certainly buys a lot of space, but he's got to do the damage as well. And Justin getting the Gnar into the wall there, going to be able to pick up Bob Joey. And yeah, Glass Cannon, there is still the cannon part of Glass Cannon. We've seen the glass part on full display throughout this game, but he's got 2 lethality items in for himself. Going to be doing some damage.
Eclipse just came through. Senna at 65 souls, got almost 50 bonus damage, 60 range, and 30% crit chance. Lots and lots of damage coming out of this Senna. He's been playing really aggressively, dying a couple times, but I mean, definitely any of the squishy targets. I mean, Ahri Caitlyn are prime targets for Senna autos. And actually, as a support main, I hate seeing Umbral Glaive on the enemy support. My wards just die. And especially with Senna just kind of having the slower attack speed, being able to just one-shot wards, be a sweeper, and the Umbral Glaive passive is incredibly annoying.
It's like you hear a lot of people talk about this item being so ridiculously powerful. If not,
And 2
like,
control wards.
just think about how much time it saves you over the course of the game if you buy it first, like especially on a champ like Senna.
Yeah, champions like Senna, Pike, the champions like lethality in general. It's crazy. It's incredibly busted item. Or like Pantheon, who when he was support.
Cloud Dragon coming up in 45 seconds will be a Cloud Soul potentially for the University of Tennessee. Sac State got a lot of heads around it though.
Garrett doesn't have flash, so hopefully he doesn't play too aggressively. Oh, Root's down here.
Going to force the flash out of Pike Vanguard. XP may have bitten off a bit more than he can chew though. Going to have to expend the Swain ulti right off the bat. That's going to be answered back with the Taric ulti. And there's your carry. Down at the start of the play. Justin going to be rooted up by the Caitlyn trap. Going to have to jump and flash out of that one. Oh, but low hit. Bambo thinks he stepped too far forward. Big Volibear ultimate into the back, but not going to be able to finish off. And he kills the ace in the hole. Going to fizzle out. Bob Joey and Happy Panda into the back line. Their health bars dropping, but not as quickly as Sac State's health bars are dropping. Triumph going to keep Happy Panda alive from the tower shot, and that's going to be a clean ace for 0 in favor of Tennessee, and now they're up to a 5,000 gold lead. Sights set on the Baron.
Yeah, I really like the macro choice to sending 4 to Baron and then Caitlyn to Drake. Should have no trouble soloing it, and it lets him get the Soul and Baron. So I mean, they're in a pretty solid spot to look to push one of these lanes in.
Yeah, they want to have their cake and eat it too.
They might have the damage for this Baron.
It is possible.
Through. Oops, Shyvana forced ult. Those extra stats. Taric's here, they're fine.
If they killed XP and Nexus Swain, they can kill a Baron. They got it.
Yeah.
Oh, but can they kill it this time? XP wants to stop them from getting back.
Or Taric, no flashes. 2 picked up.
Oh, Happy Panda wants this. Bob Joey is in the back. Oh, they are going to be able to get a trade kill, but it's going to be 2 going down. They're going to make it 3 trying to go for that play.
Ooh,
Oh, Bio wants this.
Careful. You're still on 2 items, Bio.
Ooh.
Be careful.
Oh, I think if he had maybe played that a little bit differently, the damage is there. Bio Banana is getting to that point. He's got that Sunder, got the Muramanic transformed. Very, very strong right now, despite the gold difference. Once Lohith makes it to that Infinity Edge, which you have to imagine is going to be well before Bio Banana makes it to his Cyrildas or whatever third item he elects to go. Yeah, see, so there it is. So now you can't go for that play anymore. But right there, that looks pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, bounties. Bounty claimed. We take those.
That we do.
Uh-oh.
Oh, Bob Joey
Oh,
wants to send Justin back to the fountain even quicker. What a good guy.
yeah, solid Everfrost from Bob Joey. Pretty much all game, catching most of the members at the edge of that root. Free charm, plenty of burst damage from Nari.
You know, that's a good point. That's a good point. We have seen Everfrost be so crucial in so many of these fights, able to get the picks with it.
Yeah, especially with the
Oh,
reposition.
Bammo looks like he may be in a pickle here. The flash charm going to land onto him. Bob Joey making all the plays.
Did not make it over the wall. I don't know if it would have mattered, but oof, that feels bad, especially with the Baron still being on a couple members.
Oh, charm going to land onto Garrett.
The stun's
Oh.
ooh. Bit of a clencher. Rallies looks like it's gonna be the third pickup for XP&X. See if that slow ends up being as helpful as I'm thinking it might be. Whew. Garrett chunking that damage out.
Justin stepping up here. The charm going to land onto him. About to have Narbar, though. You can't take that fight.
Ooh, I like the Randuin's Omen pickup. Oh no.
There's Garrett going to be taken down. This tower is going to fall as XP looks at them menacingly. Going to dissuade any further push onto the tower for the moment. The wave coming through now, though. We'll see Tennessee's going to elect to siege up onto this top lane inhibitor tower.
No, it's free pushing bot lane.
So there is Bob Joey's
Might have that.
Spirit Rush cooldown going to be expended for that play.
Oh my god. so
Bama
much
moving down to
damage.
answer this push, but
This
low
tower's
hit
down.
is nearing critical mass on the Caitlyn with the 3 items in plus the last Whisper to cut through some of the armor picked up by the Sac State lineup.
Oh yeah.
Justin's about to have Mega.
And we're seeing a little bit of that Cloud Soul kind of coming in clutch for these team fights, with XP&X really liking to kind of keep everyone contained within the small area. Cloud Drake allowing the Shyvana to move incredibly fast, and who already can do that, but move faster. Irelia, Ari, even Tarek. So lots of move speed coming through, potentially being able to break that connection, sever that connection that Swain has for the drain. May actually be more problematic than I thought it was.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of, obviously on Caitlyn or something like that, you're not caring about the Cloud Soul too terribly much, but a lot of these champs really do like the Cloud Soul a lot. You mentioned Shyvana, Ari, Tarek. These champs really do like Cloud Soul quite a lot, and for Tarek in particular, you know, I outlined this ultimate as something that's so game-changing and changes how both teams have to approach the game, as Bamo just going to expend his ultimate to get out of there, but I'm a Happy Panda still wants this, going to be able to get in with the flash. Vanguard's edge. Bamo going to be picked up, but good Gnar going to buy Justin a little bit of time. Garrett has found his way into the fight as well. Justin going to fall, Garrett going to fall. XP&X going to do what he can, but what he can will not be enough this time around. That's going to be just Bio Banana left to defend against all 5 members of the University of Tennessee.
This should be probably the end of the game here. Death timers are pretty long.
They've got a wave. Not sure what Bio's going to be able to do about this one.
Oh no. Dive. Maybe not. If they're just going to try to end that as clean as they can.
And that'll be the Nexus falling. So Sac State will move into the lower bracket of today's tournament. Their day's not over just yet. And, we will be right back for Sac State's Game 2. Stick around.
the cool blue light, like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back. You're back in it this time around. Sac State moving down into the lower bracket, going to be taking on the University of New Mexico.
Yeah, decent showing in that first game. Just a bit of a warm up. It's pretty early in the day, so boys kind of getting that caffeine going.
Yeah, from what I've heard, Garrett took 24 phone calls to get out of bed.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, still dusting off the cobwebs. Something might have possessed him to lock in Senna that last game. Who knows?
Yeah, it might have been. I know BioBanana is a pretty big advocate for Senna support, as being a fairly solid additional source of damage. So maybe it was a bit of an influence from that. But definitely a divergence from the typical enabler that we see Garrett on.
Definitely. It's interesting to hear that you have that insight on BioBanana being a big advocate for Senna, because I know myself as an 80 carry player, I think Senna is the most useless champion on the face of the planet.
Yeah, definitely some throwbacks to some wacky bot lane duos involving Senna.
Oh, that I like. Actually, I will always, like, if you're gonna play Senna, play it with a farming melee. I think that is, like, what this champ does. Like, I think that's the point of picking the champ, in my opinion.
Actually,
it's like, you want to play it with TK or Shen or Cho'Gath or something like that. I think that is what the champ brings.
Mm-hmm. Actually had pretty good success last season on, like, Brand Seraphine the Senna.
Yeah, that sounds fine too. Having the mages is as well something pretty solid. The tanks I like because the sort of peel and safety that Senna needs has to come from somewhere. If it comes from the rest of the composition, that's obviously totally fine. But yeah, I think a lot of the value from Senna comes from the fact that she can be like 80% of a champion without farming.
Ooh.
You know, so like I've never been a fan of like Senna ADC, for example, just like in the traditional sense.
Yeah. With the nerfs to the soul acquisition rate for like farming Senna, yeah, it's pretty not viable.
For sure.
I saw that Gangplank just blind picked, and I mean, my understanding is at high levels of play, GP just tends to be like the Omega win champ, just because like you're just looking to scale. And I mean, he hits, you know, like 3 items so fast, and once he's got those, he's pretty set. Unless you have some egregious like outplay or misplay. We'll see if Scythe can be able to pull that off.
And GP definitely one of the safest, like, just top of the draft blind picks you can take for top lane, a lane that is influenced so much by the matchup. Justin's answer going to be Kled, something we've seen him pilot to a whole lot of success throughout the majority of the CLL regular season, so going to be something he's super comfortable on. And Diana this early might be a little sus. So would Nidalee, though.
Yeah, I mean, I could kind of see the synergy with the Diana ultimate and GP ultimate. Both of those, especially once you get the upgrades to GP's ultimate for the big damage in the middle and just the additional slow and stuff. Being a pretty heavy hitting wombo just with those two. But I guess they're just going to go with the Nidalee. Solid farmer, clears pretty fast. And then the Nidalee spears, while tuned down from where they were, still hurt. Especially if they land on like a squishy target like this Jinx.
Well, the drafts have already developed so much just from those first 3 picks. We see Sac State is going to run at you. And University of New Mexico going to look to play at a distance, a significant range advantage in all the positions drafted thus far for New Mexico. Not really any peel, though. Nothing to dissuade a Kled engage too heavily. And we see Sac State banning the Nautilus away there. I would love for them to throw as many bans as possible into or at setup for these lanes outside of the top lane. I want to get rid of setup from the support position and from the mid lane position to diminish the value of this Nidalee as much as possible, because when you draft Nidalee this early, without drafting it alongside something like Renekton was so popular with it that can lock down a target, enable the spear to land 100%. You know, Nidalee's just going to have no value if all the setup that they have is GP and Jhin. Like, if you get a normal mage without CC in the mid lane, and then like an enchanter support or something like that, then this Nidalee pick is going to do just about nothing, would be my expectation.
Party Pyro does play Blitz. Although I'm not too sure how many members you're going to want to pull in into the team.
At the moment, Jinx looks pretty good. That's about it.
Yeah, it's about 1. So, I mean, they won't have any counter pick or anything, but ooh, Hoover Vacuum coming on through.
I haven't seen a whole ton of games with the new Swain in it just yet, but you know, with the kit being largely the same in terms of what it does, Swain is much better off against teams that want to come into you. So this is a little bit trickier of a situation to play into than what XP was dealing with last game. Obviously, if the champ is just, you know, overtuned to the point where that'll be enough on its own. Just the fact that it's that strong, then that's of course a consideration. But
definitely a lot aggression from Sac State, and then Alistair as an answer to the aggression is pretty great. Garrett's Tom Kench lock in.
that's so weird. That's so weird. I hate that. I don't like that here at all.
There's not too much that I feel like you have to maybe consume bio from.
Maybe
like
he's
maybe
picking it
Sleepy
for the
Trouble
lane against the Alistair, or maybe later for Sleepy Trouble Bubble. But I mean, these are like 8-second cooldowns that we're talking about here.
It doesn't matter until 6-2. So like, if Alistair lands a solid headbutt pulverize, odds are Garrett is going to be close enough to bio to where he will get hit by the pulverize. So the consume probably won't do too much, except for maybe saving bio from any Jhin follow up. Yeah, I mean, there is a good amount of CC coming out of that top side. So I mean, Garrett should be able to land the what is it?
Abyssal Voyage?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
He should have an easier chance to land that as like a follow up. But it probably won't be like the main engage tool. It should be coming out of Flag and Drag from Bamo, or the Never Move from Swain, or Kled just saying Unga Bunga, Bongo Drum, let's go.
And on the flip side, I actually like New Mexico's draft a lot. That said, it's really high execution.
Yeah.
And it's really high execution pretty much only because you were playing against Jinx. Obviously, there's a lot of squishy members over there, and if one person mucks it up and gets reset on, then Jinx can clean up the fight. But if they play this cleanly, I think Alistair is going to be the peel that they need to be able to hold back the Kled and Jarvan dive. Swain not going to be able to do a whole lot of diving without like some sort of flank or with flash available or something like that. Tom Kench can send his body in there, but that's about all he can do.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's just so much damage for New Mexico as well. All of this also is going to be contingent on them getting leads early on into the game, because it can be really, really difficult for a composition like this to walk into contest objectives. It can be really difficult for them to play from behind because they need to have that set up first.
Yeah. And I mean, it's Sac State was not looking super great with the objective setup in the last game. I don't think it was as critical as it's going to be this game. They're going to need to make sure that they are there, because walking into the poke-oriented team that Mexico's drafted here is just going to be a bit of a nightmare unless they have their summoners up and they're ready to force the engage.
Mm-hmm.
So hopefully they'll be able to put a little bit more priority into getting to the river and setting it up ahead of time.
For sure. Another thing, I talked about this a little bit. There is absolutely a world in which Nidalee is completely useless this game.
Oh yeah.
The lane setup came through a little bit. It's not the most consistent thing in the world. It's not nearly as good as like the Renekton that I kind of touched on. But like Alistair Zoe is some setup that you could potentially chain a Nidalee Spear off of. But yeah, if Nidalee's useless, then all of a sudden there's one threat gone that'll never come back. And then, you know, if some of these lanes fall behind, like Justin did have counterpick. So, you know, I don't know a ton about the Kled GP matchup. My expectation would be that it's a lot of free farming, but if that is a very Kled favored matchup and we've got a lead going on up there, then could be scary.
Yeah, I'm not. It's pretty much going to be Sleepy Trouble Bubble .exe for New Mexico setup, unless Party Pyro is able to get some sick flank off Alistair, like a Hex Tech, Hex Flash over a wall or something.
Yeah, that is really their only sort of setup if they are in a position to force a fight, which is why I say it's so dire if they're not in a winning position where Sac State has to come into them. And it's like Sac State, their hand is on the table. The cards are face up. They're running at you. That's what's going to go down.
Okay. I'm not aware of the the first strike tech on Jarvan. Jungle? Is that like the new trend?
I know a lot of junglers just like it a lot in general because you're generally the one getting your stuff off first, just like as a blanket statement. That's usually just how that goes. And then, you know, obviously when you're going in as a jungler, you're almost always, you know, just kind of blowing your whole load.
Mm-hmm. Very interesting. Statistically speaking, it looks like, yeah, Kled should have a pretty advantageous matchup into the Gangplank.
Okay.
I think as the game goes on, that might change a little bit just because GP has a lot of control over the barrels once he's got those maxed out and then a couple items under his belt. But, I mean, all Sac State really needs to do is pick one of these 5 members later on in the game, and I think the entire comp just kind of falls apart.
Yeah, it's so high execution what New Mexico has drafted. Like I was saying, it's if one reset comes through, then Jinx can clean you up.
Yeah,
but if played well, the amount of threats that they have could be really, really problematic.
A little bit of licky business happening in that bot lane dry bush, but nothing coming out of it. And it looks like we do have the junglers kind of matching each other, playing towards that top side. If you can get a lead for GP, it'd be really good for the matchup. It makes sense. See if Sipes can be able to set the lane up. But, I mean, the level 2 Jarvan cheese is definitely strong.
Yeah, and Bambo didn't get a leash, so
he's going to be way behind.
New Mexico could potentially not be aware of where he's starting, however. Garrett trading so aggressively, going to take the worst end of it, but gonna get meaningful damage down for sure.
They do have the advantage for level 2. I'm not sure if it's going to mean anything. Bio can take traps, and Garrett can take the Abyssal Voyage, and really look to force something, but maybe blow a flash. Yeah. Respect coming out from New Mexico's bot lane. Steeding the level 2. Grass GP doing pretty well on that top side. All you gotta do is auto minions every now and again, keep that grass proc flowing, and then just throw a Q out at Justin. Get a chunk of health back, a little bit of a boost to his health. Ooh.
Oh!
Bubble coming down.
Didicus with the flash in. Penny Monero gonna look to follow that one up, but Bambo's into the top side. That hidden start that we were talking about. Flash away from the Jarvan EQ combo, and there it is. The Nidalee is on the board already. A lot of aggression going down in the bot lane, though. You're not quite able to finish off the kill. Bio not able to finish off the kill either. The Abyssal Voyage, though, going to force out Party Pyro's flash, and this bot lane is spicy.
Yeah, that's a shame. It was definitely tough. Did not want to look to try to flash forward for the last rocket, because knowing...
Justin may have a solo kill up in the top side. There, he's got it. Gonna come in from Justin. Despite the gank not working out earlier, they were able to blow the flash from safe. And Justin's gonna find himself a little solo bolo.
TP forced. Very nice, very nice. Oh, Garrett landed the knockup, but he's taking turret. Oh, saved!
Oh
Get excited?
my
Get excited?
goodness, it's so close. Garrett going to
Jin
fall, and
has
it's just going to be a 1-for-1. As
Freestyle could have stayed, picked up the double. Ooh, good flash from Bio. Oh man.
with the flash expended for that play earlier, Didicus
mid lane.
is just going to die. And that's the risk you run when you go for a flash setup onto a play like that, as we do have a pause. But yeah, there it is. You know, they're calling that. They're always going to have tabs on when you flash forward like that for an aggressive play. It does pan out, but then it's going to come bite you in the butt just a little bit later.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, overall, the Noon Clippers completed for Bio. I want to say Freestein should have enough gold. Yeah, I mean, he could pick up.
He's on 1087 right now,
Disconnected.
and with nothing purchased, he does not have enough at the moment.
Oh, no,
because
yeah.
he didn't start longsword like Bio
That's right.
did.
So I mean, it's actually a really good spot. Is that cannon? I'm not sure if that cannon minion's alive down in that bot lane. It might tip him over the edge. If it is, it's where he can pick it up. But I mean, Sac State should be able to get a solid wave position in the mid and bot lane and be in a great spot to grab this first Drake.
Definitely.
If they want to play around it, which I would hope so. But do you see Justin coming back to lane after that solo kill with 2 long swords? Scythe started the 2 long swords and the Doran's blade. Scythe has the corrupting pop and just a single long sword. But the CS difference in that top side pretty much negates that kill just about.
Here's our mandatory post-pause bug thing that always happens. For a second there, I thought maybe we wouldn't have it. It's been a couple patches since we last followed some Sac State Green Team gameplay, but nope, it's still here.
Every spectator bug hanging out. All right, we're back in it, and here's the prio on the spot side. Oh, are they going for Freestein? Is he overstaying here? No flash, no heal. Garrett has the Abyssal Voyage and the Tongue
Oh, he's
Lash.
so low, too. I think just the Abyssal
Meanwhile,
Voyage zoning him back.
mid lane.
Freestein knows he's dead.
This is going to be a trade play.
XP gonna be dead, too. Almost certainly. Yep, there it is. Gonna give it over to Didicus.
Yeah, it looks like they pick up the Scuttle Crab, but maybe no major prio on the Sac State Drake. The stats are great. Pretty much every member of Sac State loves these stats. Ability haste and attack speed. Pretty much everybody. So I would hope that they'd be able to put some prio on this.
Justin likely to grab 6 off of this wave crashing here, and does have teleport available as well to perhaps turn any sort of a dragon play.
Yeah, and Scythe has no way to interrupt it. I mean, if Justin teleports in the middle of the lane, you can go for the BM. Just take some GP trade damage. But then he will probably be starting some plates. Oh!
Well, Sac State looking for a play. Garrett going to land the Abyssal Voyage on the Party Pyro. Good Pulverize going to buy him a little bit of time, but with no flash available, that's a one-way trip. Freestein with a good dodge away from the zap, going to guarantee his safety there for the moment.
Bamo might be starting a new trend. Biosimp. We'll see. Handing that kill over to our star carry in the Jinx. Starting up the Drake. Nidalee's in that top side. I think they may know if she jumped over that vision ward. Yeah. They know Nidalee's up there. Free Drake. No contest.
Red team has slain the dragon.
And GP is not even really going to be able to push the lane to punish for
Oh! A real
Very
good
close.
thought on the Abyssal Voyage. The slow for the Tum Lash going to enable XP to land that, and then that's good. Oh!
Oh,
Bambo's got the stopwatch. I think he was safe regardless after the Triumph proc came through, but really, really well played dive for Sac State.
Pretty Pyro. Thinking about it. Actually, interesting pickup. Boots of Swiftness and the Cloak of Agility coming out of Freestein. Crit chance is always a decent stat for Jen. Just kind of converts that into bonus damage. Oh, Abyssal Voyage is going to get him behind Freestein again. Traps are available. Slow's coming through. Oh, Trap's a little late.
Double kill top lane going to come through. Save going to answer one back. Something I wanted to point out, it's just got passed, but this Nidalee wild card is very nearly highest CS in the game. He's been like kind of bouncing back and forth between highest and like second highest, third highest, but this cat is getting her gold as combo in onto Bio Banana, but Party Pyro is so low level, very squishy.
Good block.
Didicus wants to get in there for the play.
Good.
Oh, and really well played. Garrett gotta get the thick skin off, is able to get it, but Didicus going to be able to get in there and finish that one off.
You see Swain ultimate is up. See if I can be able to make a kind of a play around that. Meanwhile, it's the answer. Shelly probably going down. And be able to use that to grab some plate gold. I'm not too sure which lane you look at here. XPX doesn't actually know that Smite's on cooldown, so get that up. Honestly, I might like to just see that Herald dropped bot side. Like, I don't know if you drop it for Justin here in the top lane, but that might be the play. Looking for a dive, I suppose. Zoe's gonna have time to kind of come up and maybe answer. There it is. Justin starting it.
There it is. Bambo gonna drop the tower aggro.
Damage.
Or Justin's gonna drop the tower aggro, excuse me. Another aggressive headbutt pulverize onto Garrett in the bot lane. The spear from over the wall going to miss. Sac State may be in a position to chase this one down in the 3v2. Spear going to miss. Wow, gonna have to flash out of there though. Didn't quite have the damage coming through in time. That Alistar passive healing coming through. This is quite diveable.
TP coming through from XP. Gonna deny it.
Garrett has sent his carcass into the middle of the team, going to go down to the Nidalee damage. Party Pyro's so low!
So close.
XP looks like he's not going to be able to get into range after the flash comes out.
Down.
Oh, he's found it! XP's got the kill. Trouble Bubble going to land onto him. He's in the middle of 3, and that'll be the end of him.
Yeah, it was a good interrupt, and Scythe just tried TPing from the middle of the lanes. I guess they were able. Oh no, he didn't TP.
There's going to be a lot of gold going over to Justin and Bammo up in the top lane, able to get something cross-map after that crazy bot kerfuffle going down.
Next Drake in about a minute. Ocean, so we're going to look at a Infernal, Cloud, or Mountain Soul.
Penny Monero says, give me that.
Actually, I think all those souls are pretty good. Pretty good for SX State. Overall gold even, just about. I mean, fairly negligible, like 400 gold difference for the side of SX State. But I mean, at this point of the game, it's not enough to really make any differences.
No, it might make a difference. Look at this Nidalee.
Ooh, haunting guys. Or sorry, Leandre's Anguish.
Making it to that mythic so fast. Funnily enough, Bammo, the other one with the mythic completed. But yeah, Penny Monero on this Nidalee, the richest player in the game right now. Just a bit above Bammo of all people, despite being down 40 CS, highest CS in the game, something that I kind of, you know, mentioned earlier is something you're going to want to keep an eye on.
They're gonna need to be careful on that poke. It's tough to
Spear
do
going
this
to hit
Drake.
Garrett.
Drake's
Drake's falling fast, but Justin's HP's falling just about as fast. Bamo into the backline with the flag and drag. A great knock up from Garrett, going to follow up onto that one. Bio Banana does not really have the damage yet, though. Just the Noon Quiver and the boots. XP still making space.
Yeah.
Another Abyssal Voyage in, going to knock up safe. XP's into the middle of the team now. Gonna pick up the kill on the Party Pyro. That's a double kill for him.
Does not have the
Dancing around with Penny Monero. Freestein going to be bounced over the wall. Justin's still alive and kicking in this fight.
Oh, and the TP's coming through from Didicus.
Oh, and there's the Nidalee damage! Justin going to be able to trade one back, though. That's a big shutdown going over to the Kled.
He has still. Oh my god.
Oh! Really well played by Justin, using the Kled ult to get out of the Jhin route.
Okay. Not a bad fight. Sac State secure the Drake. The Ocean will be very helpful for like side laning. Oh man, XP and X staying in ultimate that pretty much that entire fight. Like, well over 30 seconds, the Swain ult.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, Didicus on this Zoe landing these Sleepy Trouble bubbles. Executing the poke comp damn near perfectly, not gonna lie.
Oh, Garrett has Hail of Blades, too. I just noticed that.
Yeah, he's been playing really, really aggressively on this, on the Tom Catch.
Turret plating will fall soon.
X-Flash channeling. Both supports still hanging around in this mid lane. And Party Pyro going to party pull the floor there.
He has ultimate available, there it is.
Going to have to use it. Looks like the damage might come through, though. Tanky as Alistar gets in that Unbreakable Will. Not tanky enough to walk away from 3.
And we just saw Garrett eat a fairly decent range spear, and it didn't do all that much. As we get some tankier members of Sac State, the target really just kind of comes down to Bio Banana for these spears to matter.
For sure.
Oh, Freestein. Cataclysm not available. It's really just flag and drag right now. Whoop! Yeah, Nidalee tough to land. Any CC on him. Justin, looking to play the minigame, wins it.
This could be a solo kill. He's got the second dash in. Really well played out of Justin. 3-1-1 on the Kled now. There's going to be a lot of sideline pressure pulling University of New Mexico away from that bot side play. Dragon not up for another 2 minutes, but the teams seem to be really fond of this bot side river.
Yeah, Shelly, but it looks like they'd rather fight. It's fine. The second Herald is really only good for, you know, knocking down towers, breaking open the map. Which could be useful for this mid lane. Because trying to... Ooh!
Garrett wants this. Bamo's still pretty far away. Going to be pulverized almost into tower range.
Shield?
I have to use the shield and Bio's heal. The trap's not quite going to find Party Pyro. Do they want the dive here? They want the dive here.
He's got Cataclysm. Oh. No purchase found and should be able to jump this wall. Oh!
Bamo saving the flag and drag there. Crucially, Justin able to pick up the kill onto Freestein. Likely to get Party Pyro here as well. Justin's doing it on the Kled.
This bot tower should go down. Don't know. Scythe is here.
On his way over to assist. Oh my goodness, Garrett.
I think you call it off at this point. Grab this bot side turret, reset, get ready for this third Drake. It is unfortunately, well, I say unfortunately, Cloudspell's not bad. Justin XP, Garrett even actually doesn't mind it. A little bit of bonus move speed to get a teammate out of trouble or to kind of help pull an enemy in.
That is a nice little bonus for the TK for sure. I hadn't thought of that.
Big zoomies. The Venti special, inspiring Bio with the Gale Force. Pick up on the Jinx. We'll see if he uses it in the same way, only forward. He's gonna kind of hang on to it, use it as a defensive utility tool. Oh my god, that spear just no damage. The burn maybe even doing more damage than the spear.
Oh, a great headbutt pulverize. Biobanana going to be eaten out of that one, though. Didicus stepped way too far forward, and that's going to be the reset for Jinx that we were talking about. Really good Cataclysm for Bammo. XP's creating so much space here, doing so much damage. Bammo's in. Going to miss. But it's not going to matter. They want more. Oh, a great root for XPNX, going to pull Freestein out of the Jhin ultimate. Penny Monero going to fall just thereafter, and that's a clean ace 4-0 for the side of Sac State.
Huge.
This is going to mean the mid-tier 2 tower, and then a peel back over to the dragon. Going to set them up for Soul Point.
Trying to take away some jungle camps as well. Steal everything that you can. Ruin their economy. Inflation is a hell of a drug, guys. One more Drake for that Cloud Soul. The gold lead is just over 7k for the side of Sac State. Objective bounties are up and fairly large, just actually dinged up a little bit for the side of New Mexico. And Shelly's on the table for about 2 more minutes. And picking it up now it's a 2-for-1. It's a banger play. You know, you get just over 100 gold in your pocket for Shelly, and then another just over 50 gold for each teammate. See if Sac State's gonna be able to deny that.
They're onto it. They've learned.
Uh-oh. Garrett is by himself, but he's got the Abyssal Voyage. Freestein is not there. So it's going to be... Oh, big damage coming out from Dedicus, though.
He's tanky, though. He's on that Mythic completed, got the Merc Treads as well. But the Spear going to land onto the critical target by Banana there.
Yeah, XP forced to match Freestein, which is fine. He does have TP available. Jhin, I think, can cancel it with the root. Technically. But Rocket's coming through. Oh,
Sac State wants in!
TP's coming from XPNX.
That's going to be Scythe going down right off the bat. Sac State can chase here. Bio did not want to go in that far.
2 down.
He's got the reset, though. He's chasing it onto Penny Monero. Rocket after rocket after rocket. Going to find a ton of damage in the face, though. Actually going to have to heal through the burn. XP is in onto the back line. Looks like they will just be able to kite him out, though, unless they get a little overzealous. So you're going to land onto him. And there it is. That right there is a microcosm of what New Mexico needs to be able to do in order to get themselves back into this game. Just kiting XP around, like playing monkey in the middle with him, and there's just so much damage that can come through from such a long range if they're able to do that.
Oh, yeah. Like, one Sleepy Trouble Bubble or a solid headbutt from Party Pyro can basically negate the Swain. Especially if he doesn't have Ghost. Because if you're able to just kind of disengage off that, not having Justin or Bammo to lock them down with the Cataclysm, or just the move speed from Justin, definitely critical for New Mexico to play around that. Baron's back on the map. No one is able to claim that second Shelly.
Oh my god, look at how strong Justin is, as Freestein looks like he may be going down here. A good headbutt pull going to buy some time, but not enough time to make up for that egregious positioning error by the New Mexico AD carry.
Bio Banana, Gale Force, RFC, long range pew pews.
Sac State going to have the inside track on a Baron now. XPNX pushing that bot lane, but not going to have the TP available, so he's going to waddle his way on up there.
If they want to force, Justin has ultimate, no Cataclysm available, so the follow-up CC isn't super great.
I'm going to take a quick reset, get some of that HP back.
Ooh, Bimblewinter completed that, it looks like.
Ah, the old Blimbledongus. You'll love to see it.
Jarvan drop mini flag. Repeat combo. Yeah, I'm not too sure. Like, Winter pickup. Interesting for the Jarvan.
It seems okay. I mean, you're not proccing it that often. There's one instance of crowd control in the kit. Because if you're melee, you can proc it off of slows as well. So it's pretty filthy on some melee champs. Jarvan, not really one of them.
Gargoyle Stoneplate is better?
Maybe not with Zanya's, would
No?
be my thinking. I think you kind of go one or the other. Since they
Oh, I
really
mean, yeah.
do the same thing.
It's got some interesting builds going on.
Zanya's is actually pretty common, as weird as it sounds.
Yeah.
It just
Ultimate
enables
Zanya's.
the gameplay loop so much.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, big spear damage, or big flag damage. Although, you're looking.
Oh, Bimbo once in. Pyro going to buy so much space, though. He's in the backline wreaking havoc, but not before he is taking down. XP has found his way into New Mexico's backline, however. All the members peeling off in each and every direction.
Oh!
XP next going to be able to pick up that one onto Freestein.
The two big poke members of New Mexico are still up, though. Anywhere might have Garrett here?
Oh,
Now with the
did a
pickup.
lot less damage than he thought he would there, I think. Garrett is pretty tanky on the TK.
Big crit daddy.
This is going to be Cloud Soul, almost certainly going over to Sac State. Paddlestar not going to find the steal there. Bambo just wants to
waiting for
beat
it.
up this
Flag and
7,000-year-old toddler. Flag and Drag going to come back up.
Seems
Party
like-
Pyro might be in, going to be able to provide the CC to get Didicus out of there.
This is
Oh,
actually...
Chilling Smite, nope.
Oh, the skill going. After kind of watching this Jarvan build, it's kind of funny because he does permanently have like a shield up, whether
Yep.
it's from Golden Aegis or the Winter. So I guess there's a lot of effective HP coming out of this build. All right, all right. Justin threatening that bot side, but no one's gonna answer out of fear for that Baron play.
Yeah, he does have teleport available. Sac State's onto the Baron.
They don't have the damage to necessarily do it before they get here. They might have to turn and burn. Oh, solo bolo.
Justin going to get a solo kill in the bot lane. Baron dropping very low. The curtain call going to look for a steal here. Bio Banana going to find the play there. Bambo going to go down to the curtain call. Not the Baron, but you find Sac State's jungler. And Justin's going to fall on the base as well. Going to deliver the Swain into the team. Maybe that's why this pick was drafted. That's the first time I've seen it pulled off, but it looking really effective. Freestein going to get taken down to Bio Banana. Bio Banana going to go legendary, but getting chased down by Penny Monero on the backside. XP and Garrett looking at the opposing mid and support. Bio going to make it out of that one, and this is craziness what's going down right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting kind of pivot on the Italy build. Because before you used to see, you know, the full AP high burst damage from the spear build, but they're going for the Leandri's Demonic Embrace Void Staff, so they're really just kind of looking for heavy burn via Nidalee Traps and Spears. Which is kind of an interesting...
It is
renewal.
probably the best scaling
Yeah.
that you have in this situation, being against so many
yeah.
beefy members.
Mhm.
It's like, as long as you're building damage items at all, Jinx is just going to melt if she gets full comboed by the Nidalee. So then, you know, you can index into a little bit of other options where now you actually do any meaningful damage to the other four members of Sac State.
Okay, so interesting concept with the draft. Oh, actually, since we
Hold that thought. Justin's pushing the go button. Garrett actually going to pick up that quick pick onto Party Pyro.
But back in the day, there was a bit. Okay, guys.
Penny Monero going to go down. This looks like this may just be checkmate for Sac State. Penny Monero going to fall. XP looking for more. Safe trying to kite this one out, but going to get taken down by the zap. Didicus trying to put down what damage he can, but these health bars are too thick for the side of Sac State. Bamo finds the flag and drag. Bio Banana goes legendary. Clean ace for 0 for Sac State. And we're on to the Nexus. Only Party Pyro stands to try to make something happen.
The last stand. Should be easy cleanup.
And the next
They keep the dream alive.
We saw it with EG in the NALCS just recently. That lower bracket run into a finals victory. Maybe it can happen. Who knows? Stick around.
Sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you. Sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you. Like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light. Like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light.
stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra, as heard from those positions. Now, when played back simultaneously on 2 separate systems, the sounds are blended together to achieve a new dimension in sound impossible to obtain in a monaural recording.
holding your hand. Walk my way.
With someone you are with Ava. With Ava. With someone you are with someone you are you are you are you are you are you are with someone you are
Oh,
Welcome back, everybody. Game 3 of today's tournament is going to see Sacramento State taking on Grand Canyon University here in the lower bracket. Sac State going to be on blue side yet again, with Grand Canyon University over on the red side.
we'll see if there's any prio picks coming out from Sac State. No real counter pick options, except for maybe in this first phase. So we'll see if they continue to go with their preferred drafting method, or if they want to change things up. We do have Venti back in here, so we got the OG lineup. Appreciate Bio Banana coming in, filling in for those first 2 games.
And, interestingly, both of these teams actually got here via the same path, just in a different order. Both teams taking down University of New Mexico in the first round for GCU, and just a moment ago for Sac State, and then both teams losing to the University of Tennessee just a moment ago for GCU, and in that first game for Sac State.
We're seeing the patented Jinx Thresh band away. Sac State,
Come back stronger.
our unbeatable duo. Taking
That is the
away
classic.
points with the Morgana, Aurelia, and GP bands. I'm thinking that we're sticking to our preferred drafting method.
I think you're probably right. I think that would be my expectation for sure. From I don't know a ton about GCU's lineup and what they like to bring, but in the tournament today, they've played a lot of they've played some mage bot, they've played some like really heavy scaling in all of their lanes has generally been what they've looked towards, and that's definitely something that a team like Sac State is poised to run over. Perhaps we'll have to see. It's going to be Tristana locked in for Venti, returning to the lineup here in this third game.
Donna is the prio pick. Not something we think we've seen too much out of Venti this season, but definitely falls in line with his aggressive playstyle, him and Garrett's aggressive playstyle.
For sure. And even though, you know, like you said, it has only been a handful of games that Venti has pulled it out this season, it's been a highlight reel every time it comes out, it seems like. Not really seeing it be won too terribly frequently, but he's just got that confidence.
A few wheelbarrows being involved.
Oh, true. That did happen.
Ooh. Okay.
It's going to be
I've definitely
Leona.
seen Renata be kind of like a bit of a counter to the Nautilus. People liking to go really aggressive with the depth charge and following it up. So Renata kind of being able to focus that chaos back towards the enemy team. But Leona will work as well.
Yeah, definitely. It's a really, really good matchup into Nautilus. A lot of the support players really like playing this side of what is a very common matchup, the Nautilus versus Leona. And then Zaya is obviously fantastic against pretty much any sort of engaged support. With Leona, it's a little bit more manageable just because there are so many layers to Leona's engage that, yeah, you can dodge one with the Zaya ultimate, but then, you know, the next one will come in where maybe you dodge the Solar Flare, but then the Zenith Blade comes through, or vice versa.
And someone get this guy a sponsor. We're seeing the vacuum coming through. Malzahar is an interesting pick. I don't know if Swain hits ult, if Malzahar does max range, if he answers with an ultimate at maximum range, if he stays outside of the drain. Because if he locks himself down inside of that drain, I mean, Swain is still going to be doing damage to him, still going to be healing up a bit. So it's not going to necessarily cancel out. The healing isn't that significant, but it does let XP kind of build up that Demon Flare and kind of ramp up Conqueror as well.
For sure, but man, he locked it in real quick, so I wonder if there is... I'm sure he's got a reason for locking this pick in. There must be something about it that makes it particularly favorable here, whether it's into the Swain or just into what Sac State has kind of drafted so far.
Or top lane bans. We're definitely worried about the champ pool coming out of H2 Aqua. And
It seems both teams kind of get what's going to go down with this top lane, as Sac State banning away 2 champs that are very lane dominant, like to kind of bully the lane, and then GCU banning out 2 champs that like to sit up there and neutralize. So maybe that pushes these 2 top laners towards parity, and we're gonna get more of a skill check going on there, which I'd imagine would favor GCU, as they do have this R5 counter pick that's gonna be going over to the top laner.
So we do have, I don't want to say it until they lock it in, but a known pick for Justin is up into a comp that I think would favor it. I talked about it earlier. Nah, that's not it, but that works. I do think Mordekaiser was a good pick here. It focuses a lot of the damage towards the AP champs, forces them to itemize that way. So Venti on the Tristana can kind of just basically be dealing hopefully true damage to most of the major threats.
I do know he doesn't like to blind that champ, which is what I would expect to be the reason why he didn't lock it in. Both of his signature picks of the Poppy and the Mordekaiser were available here. But we're just going to get Gnar versus Jace, which is historically a Jace-favored matchup, if only by a little bit. It is certainly quite winnable for the Gnar, even at the highest levels of play. But on paper does favor H2 Aqua there a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, it's the acceleration gate is a very helpful tool for like Diana and Jace looking for a flank angle, really helping Diana close the gap and try to get as many people into that ultimate as possible, as well as Jace kind of being able to poke a little bit prior to any major engages or potentially run away. Either way, it's a pretty flexible, useful ability
For sure.
to have in the toolkit.
That said, though, I think the comp is pretty weird overall. You think you got a lot of different champs wanting to do a lot of different things?
Yeah, more of a comfort draft. Than
Yeah,
anything.
I would imagine so.
In GCU, to whereas Sac State, we got the onus on the engage. The Jarvan Cataclysm paired with the Swain Ultimate has been huge. It's going to be even better with Leona's Solar Flare compared to like the Abyssal Voyage from Tom Kench. Has synergy with Gnar, being able to kind of heave everyone either inside or out into the wall, and then Venti just hopefully being able to reset off of all the chaos.
Oh yeah, that's a classic Jarvan Narvin combo.
Hopefully see a little bit of hopscotch out of the Tristana. Overall, I mean, like, scaling wise, I don't know if Gnar outscales the Jace. That might just kind of be like null.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
I was impressed by the way that the Jarvan build functioned previously. So we'll see if he's going to go that similar build or opt for something else. There are a lot of... I actually really like that build that he went, especially into so many range, because like usually you see like the Gordrinker Jarvan, especially when there's a lot of melee champs, but into range champions, I really like that flexible Jarvan build. But I mean, if we see an XP next on the Swain, we know he's going to scale, he's going to get those items, he's going to just kind of sit in that demon mode for as long as possible, and just constantly shoot out damage.
And the Swain could actually be... It's weird, because when I look at Sac State's draft from like a cohesion standpoint, Swain kind of seems like the the odd man out in some respects, as he's a champ that wants people to play into them. But
Yeah.
GCU's draft seems so broken to me that I see Swain getting a lot of value if, because, I'm sure at some point in this game, Milky Goat on the Nautilus or Young Zen on the Diana are going to have to send themselves in there for better or for worse. And then Swain is just going to be like, okay, and drain tank you, and you've got Leona to lock him down. So if the engage from GCU is that sort of, half, like it's just going to get, it's just going to hit this unstoppable wall and it's just going to fall flat on its face. So
Yeah.
if we can get to that point, it should be pretty good for the boys.
Yeah, I mean, even just having, I talked about the acceleration gate and having poke and stuff, but I mean, half of his kit is in melee. Like, if he's not playing in the melee mode, he's missing out on a lot of his burst damage that he has access to in his kit. So like you're saying, Milky Goat goes for that hook, gets kind of antsy. Diana's gonna feel forced to follow up. H2 Aqua probably likely forced to follow up. Ooh, 1 second. I'm just like my throat. But it might just be like one of those over aggressive plays from somebody, forces the rest of the team to follow up, and then Sac State can kind of take advantage of that.
Yeah, definitely. That's kind of what I would say that I expect that to happen at some point, and that's going to be where you see the Swain value really coming through. And it's not to say even that like GCU lacks options when you're playing into them. Mal's obviously an incredibly powerful tool for that. Jace, Zaya, Nautilus, all perfectly capable of playing against teams that want to play into them. But if the Sac State engage is crisp enough, then it's just not going to matter. It's just so deadly.
All right, those of you in the chat, spam that play for Sac State. Let's go. We're at the third game of the day. Our boys are just heating up.
Yes. The full roster is back. Venti making his way back into the lineup. Bio Banana putting out a great showing for us there in our first 2 games.
Do you see the cleanse coming out of Yamachan? Zaya, being a fairly safe ADC, is going to respect the never move, the series of Leona CCs, potentially even the Gnar ultimate. So not too much as far as combat summoners are concerned. They are dealing with an exhaust ignite versus just having the ignite for Milky Goat.
And I like it overall at taking the cleanse on Zaya here. It's so much value into Venti.
Starting the jump.
Gonna have to start jump. They're gonna take half of his health.
It is tragic that Milky Goat ended up grabbing that ward. If you could have handed that off to like a mid, it does give them that bonus for a level 2 just slightly earlier, like XP, but it happens. Oh, and then just to answer Sterling's question in the chat, this is a Clash Across the South Invitational. A bunch of universities across the United States were invited, featured, powered by the Hunt app on the Google Play Store or iOS. Trying to promote a new app for finding like practice matches and tournaments and stuff. And explain the aggressor in that mid lane already.
Yeah, it seems he's quite comfortable in this matchup, even if a mid wanted to opt into this matchup, felt that there was something going on there. As Milky Goat finding these hooks, not a whole lot of follow-up damage to come through. And I was gonna say earlier that I really like the cleanse on Zaya this game, because usually what you lose by going cleanse on AD is 2v2 pressure. But I almost want as little reason as possible to go in on Tristana Leona, and maybe I'm wrong. What do I know?
Yeah, the hitting level 2 first, huge in the bot lane, especially with the Milky Goat getting that early hook.
A rare mistake from Sac State to not respect the level 2 spike coming in.
Ooh, level 3. Diana has the combo. Mid doesn't. Oh!
Oh, we're looking onto Yamachan there. Both Sums going to come out right away. Garrett dropping very low, but not before. Yamachan drops to 0. Milky Goat going to flash out of there, but Venti is right up in his face. Not quite going to have the damage coming through just yet to pick up the second kill. That is going to be one clean one over to Sac State's bottom lane.
Phoenix just bringing the ghost to get out of that mid lane gank. Not too bad. Oh, Bammo.
Face check Young Zen here with the flag and drag missing. Young Zen wins this. Gonna get the smite onto the scuttle there and dissuade any further play.
Them being aware of that. Scuttle in the bot side going to Sac State. Diana not going to path directly to the top side scuttle. They're going to take the Raptors easy camp for Diana and then path up towards it. Ooh. I like the pings. Jungle path. Putting priority in that bot side.
I remember like back in season 4 or 5, I played with a jungle that would ping his route on every reset, and it blew my mind.
Yeah,
I was just like, this is the best.
Yeah, it's not something you see all the time. And granted, yeah, in organized competitive play, you can communicate it via comms.
Yeah,
sometimes you don't want to muck them up, and so just kind of doing the on-the-way pings lets people have any conversations they need to have, like the bot lane.
Oh, Garrett's in with the Hex Splash, going to hit up Yamachan, who's got no summoner spells. And okay, this is a bit more like what I was expecting for the bottom lane. Milky Goat could very well fall to Venti's damage here. It's going to take 2 more autos. The Zenith Blade going to pick it up. The towers are not going to come through it. He's going to be able to make it out of that one all right.
Spell shield from a mid. Really useful in this Swain matchup because Swain has to get really, really close in order to land the the Sith Lightning Death's Hand ability or an auto attack before he can land the Never Move. So I mean, it's a fairly safe lane pre-6 for Malzahar unless you see ganks from Bammo coming through. Ooh, did Bammo just take away Grok? No. Oh, he did.
Oh, Bammo wants this. A really good flash out of a mid.
Good answer. I'm not sure if the flag and drag into the flash for the knockup would have made a difference. It's a little harder to respond to, but I think Amid still lives. Another flash burn by Bammo.
He gets out there and gets involved on this Jarvan, doesn't he? He's looked so good in the games that he's been piloting it.
Yeah, the scoreboard's not going to reflect it, but yeah, he's been crazy this game. Already, just about 6 minutes in.
And in contrast to last game, he was in a pretty similar matchup last game in that he was against an AP jungler that farms incredibly quickly. Last time it was Nidalee, this time it's Diana. And he's keeping up this time around. Milky Goat going to answer the play in the mid lane.
They know Diana's here, so hopefully they'll just walk out of there. First Drake going towards Grand Canyon University. Mountain Drake. Second one's gonna be Ocean. So we're locked in some another Cloud Soul, not bad. But maybe we'll see something different. Hoping for a Hextech or Infernal Soul.
The grass going to go down onto Bammo. Young Zen is in, does not have the level 6 just yet, but able to pick up the kill onto Bammo. XP going to have to use the ghost out of there, but the Q is going to find it for Young Zen on the Diana. Quick 2 kills over to Diana.
And that blasting one putting in so much work, so much damage coming out of the Diana right there. Ooh,
oh, and this could be Milky Goat going down, but Tristana Bombs do so much damage. That's 3 kills for Venti.
Yeah, we're looking at a Noon Quiver and a Dagger against 2 long swords. This bot lane's not even close. Ooh. Top side, bit of a farm fest. Leaning towards H2 Aqua in the matchup. CS difference is just about a kill's worth of gold. Be a fairly decent pickup. Yep, serrated Dirk some long swords. I don't even know if he really needs to TP, but I guess he wants to maintain tempo in the lane. Maintain that lane state.
It's tricky because Justin's got a freeze going on him right now, and Bamo up on the top side of the map, Young Zen on the bottom side of the map. This is really, really dangerous for H2 Aqua. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen him save that TP.
Yeah, the only reason I could see him wanting to TP is to maybe try and get that lane pushed in, look for a Herald play. Ooh, XP might be caught out here.
3 members converging onto XP and X. No summoners available. Going to get the ultimate down. Vamp through a bit of it. It's going to be a quick kill.
Oh no, just Draven was there. Ah.
Cross map plays. 1 kill over to both sides. H2 Aqua going down and XP going down.
If we get this Herald and convert it into some plates, I'd definitely say that's an advantageous play for Sax.
Yamachan is nowhere nearby. I think Sac State's bot lane actually can take this 2v2. Young Zen seems to think so as well. Milky Goat being chased out of their blast plant, going to knock him and Garrett both to safety.
Yeah, Shelly picked up or Bamo on the drive, and we'll see where they drop it. Might just be that top side again. Kind of get Justin a little bit ahead. Sometimes you give Justin an inch, he'll take a mile in these top lane matchups.
It's absolutely true, and he's been holding it pretty even in the CS throughout most of this game. And we've got a real good chain into a mid there. Nethergrass not going to lock Bamble up in tower range. XP going to auto down a mid, pick up a kill for himself.
Justin just stole away the red buff. That's some, like...
Oh, we've seen this one before. Milky Goat's still only level 4. Actually tries to anchor toss forward. That's not going to pan out.
That was all his time there. Like, you get... I mean, you see the aggressive supports. I mean, if they start to fall behind, they start to kind of get desperate to make these plays, and it's just not really something you can do in a 2v2. Oh. Is XP next going to be alright here? He does have the ultimate.
So Vamp going to come through. He's tanking up so much damage. Oh,
yes.
Young Zen playing that about as well as he could, but down member Sac State just played it better.
You see the Leandre's Anguish coming through for a mid, and I mean, so every time he lands any of these abilities, XP's going to have so much health burned away. The Malefic Visions is basically just going to continuously re-proc Leandre's. And
oh, getting aggressive, missing the E, might still have the damage. Oh, Garrett flashing in to try to save him. Looks like he will be able to get a little kill back for the side of Sac State off of that play.
XP does have TP.
And Milky Goat is, he's alone. He's still level 4. Gonna hit the level up off of the lane minions, but just going to go down.
Has flash.
Young Zen stuck now. Venti saved the rocket jump. That's going to be another kill. Over to you, boy. 5, 0, and 1 for Venti.
Hopefully Herald comes down here, cracks that mid turret a bit. Oop, TP's coming through. Maybe they'll hang on to it. We'll see. But they do have just about 3 minutes to utilize that Herald to grab some plates. I do hope they don't forget about it. And the timer is probably going to fall. Yeah, they'll probably lose it before plating goes down anyway. Bama definitely saving that for a better situation, I guess.
With their bot lane swapping mid here, they're going to be in a mismatch. I would like this Herald to go mid right after this red buff for Bamo.
Very much.
Because XP swapped down to the bot side really early on, and because this GCU bot lane is so far behind, XP can just have his way with them. But the Nethergrasp available, going to lock up Garrett under the tower. Last tower shot's going to kill him. That's just going to be him, like you said, trading his life to a mid who is the wave clear, really. Young Zen going to be able to provide a little bit. But they're going to get the Herald down, and then this is going to be Sac State moving over to the Dragon, and Milky Goat looks like he's going to be caught out yet again. This guy is actually feeding.
It's, oh man. There was some support that played Nautilus, I think, a couple splits ago in LCS, and it was just not the move.
Not to list the move?
Nautilus the move. Yeah, oh my god. 700 gold bounty. Oh my god, there. The maximum you can have.
He is
12 minutes into the game.
huge.
He's got more gold than the entire GCU bot lane. Come on.
Yeah, this is turning into a stomp real quick. I don't want to cast or curse them or anything, but it's looking pretty dire if you're a Grand Canyon fan, as that's going to be Young Zen being killed off in his own jungle. XPNX chasing a mid down under the bot outer. Some nice dodges going to get him to safety for the moment. The wave was not there either.
Getting aggressive, dropping that knight a little early.
Oh, and Justin opting for the Hull Breaker, interestingly, up in that top lane. Something that we've seen quite a bit less of lately. But getting that extra pressure in the 1v1 against Jace might be just the edge that Justin needs to maybe come ahead in this matchup a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I don't think they need Justin to function. I think the 4-man squad as is fine.
I agree, yeah.
And not to mention, like, they win the 4v4 and oh, let's go.
Okay, I don't blame him for that one too terribly much. I might have done him a little dirty earlier, but yeah, we're going to have to do something about the vision control out here on this map, because Sac State has killed a Grand Canyon University member faster than once per minute, as they're going to get one back for themselves here. XP going to go down to a mid in the bot lane.
Yeah,
well played from the man there.
Huge power spike having Sork Shoes and the Leandries. It really spikes again at the Demonic Embrace. Just absolutely shreds through any of these like health-based tanks. And he's got the Merc Treads, but that's basically nullified by the Sork Shoes. So mid definitely something to be reckoned with. I mean, XPNX Venti Justin should pretty much just melt. TP. XPNX wants round 2. Oh,
Flash is available for a mid, but landing everything, there's the flash going to get out of the never move. XP's chasing him down though. No ghost available for him, but XP looks like he's going to have the damage. There it is.
Shotgun blast.
The bot lane's a first-person shooter. You just spawn out, run straight down there, and kill something. Classic.
Yeah, did not know XP had the shotgun attachment to his Hoover vacuum. Good to know. Bit of a jungle, I'm not sure if it was a DC or high ping. Common issue for Bamo. It happens. It's just internet diff.
Oh my, look at the item difference on the ADCs here. Yamachan's Mythic not even completed yet. Venti on 2 items. Plus boots.
Yeah. He's
so monstrously ahead.
10 kills based on the CS difference here. Almost.
He is over 4,000 gold ahead in the individual matchup, which is crazy in its own right. But what's even crazier is he only accounts for about half of Sac State's overall lead.
I think the rest of it is coming from jungle and support.
Oh yeah, jungle. Bamo up about 1,000 gold. Justin actually eking out a small lead, and then 2,000 gold up for Garrett.
Oop. And Yving Zen, looking for that pick on XPNX, doesn't have the ultimate.
Oh, well, we're gonna get the
perfect timing.
The pause. Oh, a real short one this time, though. This is going to be XP going down, almost certainly. He is living for longer than expected. Going to keep that one pretty close. Venti and Garrett taking on H2 Aqua and the Milky Goat. Milky Goat going to fall for the 7th time this game. Venti going to go legendary. Top outer falling. A really nice push out in the mid lane for Yamachan, going to buy them a little bit more time. That Sac State Siege not going to be able to continue with that mid wave in the position it's in. Staunch the bleeding for the moment there.
Yeah, I mean, they have this Herald. Once again, Drake coming up just over a minute. So the tough part is you have to escort it to one of these tier 2s. So it's not really a great distraction. So they'll probably have to hold on to it. Maybe look to see if Grand Canyon is going to contest the Drake. Hopefully win that fight, grab the Drake, and then Herald the push afterwards. Otherwise,
Look
it's
at
really
how much
alarming.
vision they have at the top side.
Oh yeah.
Lit up like a Christmas tree up there.
Malzahar TPing to that mid turret.
Interesting.
Not sure why the TP mid.
Zenith Blade going to land on Young Zen. 9-0 Venti has got the damage for that one. That should be a free dragon over to Sacramento State.
Shelly in the top lane. Looks like they want to make this play on the Justin.
I don't hate his odds here. The anchor toss going to miss, going to land a nice boulder on an H2 Aqua with a flash. Gnar going to have to be flashed away from for H2
So
Aqua.
tanky.
Justin with the Hull Breaker on does have quite a lot of health. Second anchor toss going to land. Ignite is down. H2 Aqua going to get on the board. Garrett not able to make it up there in time. Amid has made it up here as well. Garrett not going to face check. Going to get a ward down in that bush and sniff out the play.
Shelly a little slow. Snail mail. Getting there a little late. But Saxay should be able to secure the Drake as everyone's kind of focused on that topside Herald.
Oh,
My goodness, flash ultimate. Yeah, it looked like Diana flashed forward but didn't do anything after that. That was.
it looked like she flashed, looked for the QE, but missed it, or was out of range.
I'm not sure.
But yeah, Yamachan
Questionable
just
summer usage.
so much damage into everything immediately, pretty much.
Yeah, looks like. I mean, Sac State poised to grab this Infernal Soul if the game goes that long. I mean, Tristana, 9-0, almost 3 items with Infernal Drake damage. Ooh. As with Spicy Meatball.
XP taking quite a bit of damage. Another grad's going to go down. Stopwatch going to buy him a bit of time. The team is here. With the Q out of Malzahar going to find him the kill. He will be traded back onto by Bamo. Or Justin, maybe.
Justin?
They're going to hand it over to Justin. That's going to be a second kill over to the top laner.
Ooh, Quicksilver Sash picked up by Venti. He's not going to have to worry about the Malzahar ultimate.
And you know, it's a really good call. I would have rather maybe seen a GA instead of the QSS. I'm pretty wishy-washy either way. I think both are good here. But
Yeah.
the moral of the story is when you're 9-0, first person in the game to 2 items, you're going to be the first person in the game to 3 items. You have plenty of damage. This is not a tanky team that you're going up against here. It's 4 squishies and a 7 Death Nautilus that is on literally just tabbies. You're not going to have any trouble getting the damage through to take down this lineup. But you could you put them pretty far back into this game by giving over 1,000 gold bounty. So you want to keep that bounty off.
Oh, XPNX not looking so good.
Getting kind of just pooped on by H2 Aqua here. Bamo going to get in to help out, turn that one around. The Zanya's with the healing. Going to get him out of that one. Oh, a good jump out of Justin, but Amid is in with the flash over the wall. Going to be able to find the damage to take Justin down. But Scene 2 on the bot side. Tech State's on to Baron.
And they do know that both those ultimates were burned, so I mean, even if they show up, what's Malzahar going to do?
GCU seems to have no idea, or seems to just not think that they have the means to contest Sac State even 4v4. And, you know, I'm inclined to agree with them. I like going for this better, going for the cross-map play. Just run it down mid. Get pressure onto that tower. You can even take it if they take too long.
Yeah, it looks like Amid might be able to grab this bot side turret. It's going to take a minute for anyone from Sac State to respond. Yeah, that should go down with the bounty.
Nicely done. Really well played to answer the Baron play by Grand Canyon University there.
I mean, Jace has the Mura mana, so I mean, like, if they're able to
this
isolate
is
or
a
lock
lot of
down enemy
damage.
members, yeah. They definitely need to be wary of the big, like, 5v5s, 4v4s. I think they want small skirmishes. Like, no more than 3 people, and ideally not XPNX and Venti at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if they can catch out Venti and Garrett with, like, 3+ members for GCU, then that should be okay. Looks like Milky Goat has pretty much given up on trying to fight. Oh my goodness.
And see, this is what I mean. How much more damage does he need from this point? Oh, Anchor Toss going to land onto him, though. Garrett's in. This is a
4v2.
2v3, soon to be 2v4. Garrett going to get out with the flash, but the stun going to be eaten by the Malzahar shield. Dredge line in onto Venti once again. And it looks like the cavalry has arrived for Sac State. The mid going to be locked up by the Cataclysm from Bamos. Jarvan going to go down. Will be a 3-for-1 at the end of the play, but crucially, Venti's shutdown not going over. 9-0-3 on the Tristana, 1,000 gold bounty on the man. Not giving it over today.
Ooh. Feather Storm and Feather Call will use there.
Oh, looking for the flash Q is Young Zen. Bamo going to punish that right quick.
Yeah, we got Knight's Vow picked up for Garrett. Venti's going to be even harder to kill. May just stay deathless. Perfect game.
9-0-3. Infinity Edge in on top of the QSS. He is now a solid 2 items up on Yamachan.
I mean, this is pretty much peak ADC. I'm kind of curious as to what the 4th item might be. He's got all the big damage items. Like, you don't necessarily need the LDR.
I agree. I think Bloodthirster would be what I'd be looking at. Maybe a Guardian Angel, since we did already pick up the QS. One of any combination of those 3, I think would be what you're looking towards.
Maybe, I don't know how good Mercurial Scimitar is. I think it's not very great. But it does kind of help you itemize that QSS a bit. So, I mean, yeah, I could see either or.
Mm-hmm.
Can't quite remember if Mercurial gives... ooh, caught out Zaya here, no ultimate available.
Gale Force going to be used, Flash going to be used. Oh, man. All the buttons going to need to be pressed for Yamachan. Did not get out of that one. XP and X going to find it.
The Eye of Sauron coming out. Yeah, so it's like the Mercurial Scimitar might actually be a decent pickup because it gives you a bit of a move speed buff. So I mean, repositioning and all that. Plus crit chance. So
it's definitely not bad.
As bad as I thought it was, yeah.
Yeah,
I did
it's
not
definitely
realize
not
it
bad.
gave crit chance.
I don't like it. I don't like QSS in general, truthfully.
Mm-hmm.
The reason being is in games where you feel like it's mandatory that you buy it, games like this, as hold that thought, the mid going to be locked up at the Zenith Blade, following up on the Cataclysm. Milky Goat going to take a lot of damage, but a huge Diana ultimate for Young Zen. Venti going to be zoned away for the moment, dropping very low, but Garrett's got another Xenoblade, and Sac State just throwing their weight around now. Good never move going to find Milky Goat. Yamachan going to have to pop the Feather Storm. Try to get out of this one. Get out of this one. He will for at least the moment. Second never move going to miss. And it is just Zaya staring down 3 members of Sac State. The 4th pushing down the bot lane tier 2, going to find it onto the bot lane inhib, and this should be 2 inhibs going down for Sac State, as I think the death timers will come in time to prevent an end play.
Yeah, Justin shaking the pom-poms saying, go team, with that whole breaker split push.
Yeah, what I was saying, well, we have a second, presumably. I don't like QSS in games like this where it's for, you know, Malzahar or Skarner or Warwick or something like that. Warwick maybe is a little bit more forgivable, but I just feel like if you're positioning properly on an 80 carry, you should not be getting hit by these things anyway.
Yeah.
You know? I just think you're getting a lot more value out of GA as it's more of a catch-all, and then if you need a QSS or the QSS kind of utility even earlier in the game than for these like crazy level 6 ultimates that come out in other lanes, you know, this is a mid laner or junglers that we're talking about, then you just go cleanse, right?
Yeah.
You do that from champ select.
It's mostly just to kind of give Venti a little bit of like playability in by himself. So like if Garrett wants to realm and play for anybody else, it basically means that Venti can go to any lane and probably just match somebody.
Yeah. With a lead like this, there's also like, you're already getting gunned for about as hard as you can as an 80 carry. You take that up, you dial it up to 11 in a game where you're 10-0 and 6.
Just like, you pick up the stopwatch, but he may just not have had enough for this Scimitar, or he might have gone GA. which is always a good item to have, though.
Definitely, definitely. That helps you live through things like, you know, Diana Burst, or like Nautilus Lockdown. Obviously not going to get any QSS value from most of what Nautilus does, since it's mostly knockups. Really, really good Solar Flare out of Garrett. Absolutely crisp. Bama looking for the Flash, Flag, and Drag. Cataclysm going to lock up a mid. Double kill over to Venti. Sac State has their eyes on the Nexus now. 3v5. Barreling down the top lane, taking down the third inhibitor.
Oh, that Vision of the Empire is so much damage. Oh my god.
Oh, big Gnar for Justin, going to throw Milky Goat into the team. Yamachan and Young Zen into the Nexus, actually. And that is going to be the game. Venti's bounty will stand. He's saving that one for next game.
Aiming for that Immortal Demon King title. I see you.
And Sac State will be moving on in today's tournament. Stick around for next game.
stereophonic sound for the home is recorded on 2 separate tracks, each one giving special emphasis to certain sections of the orchestra, as heard from those positions. Now, when played back simultaneously on 2 separate systems, the sounds are blended together to achieve a new dimension in sound impossible to obtain in a monaural recording.
All right, everybody, welcome back. We had about as wholesome a pre-game text chat as one can possibly have. Did lead to the game taking quite a while to get going, but we are here now. Sac State going to be on blue side again. Their opponent this time around going to be University of Texas at San Antonio's Road Runner Gaming.
Yeah, we saw it. Well,
There it is. They're banning it.
a little bit of a joke in the chat. Who's going to ban Mordekaiser? I believe both of the top laners are fairly comfortable on the champ.
That is what I gathered from the banter. Can neither confirm nor deny, but that is makes a bit of sense. Hecarim going to be taken away from Bama this time around. Hasn't played it at all today. Basically just taking Jarvan every time it's available and has looked quite good on it. But, you know, anybody that's scouting for this tournament has been pretty tricky. It's not like teams have full seasons to scout like they did back in Big Sky when we were doing that. So it's kind of just like looking at OPGGs, seeing what players are doing in solo queue and whatnot is basically what the bans are going to depend on. And yeah, as it turns out, Bama plays a lot of Hecarim in solo queue, so that's going to be off the table for him today.
Yeah, this is basically like a shotgun best of one. So, I mean, you're jumping game to game. Previously, like in the Big Sky, you're playing best of three, so there was time to kind of like adapt and adjust your bans, pick some bans. But here, nah, it's just kind of like throwing what you got.
Mm-hmm.
Fine. I don't
Go
need
for the
more
best.
enemies.
Okay. No real focused bans. Makes me think that they're not really worried about any of the lanes in particular. Just kind of banning like one tricks or popular picks
Mm-hmm.
against the Roadrunners. I'm surprised about the Nautilus ban and not seeing like Thresh. I mean, unless that's coming. We'll see if the Roadrunners are just kind of going to go 3 bans as well. Yep.
I foresee B1 Jinx.
It has been a consistent thing. We did see that just on Alaska. Ooh.
That's weird. That
Huh.
would be weird.
I'm not sure how I feel about it.
Huh. Because, I mean, I'd be fine with mid-pick there if it was Swain. Right? I mean,
Yeah,
that's
we
like... Yeah, I don't know. Weird.
They might have some info about the other mid laner that we don't.
Yeah, that's my thought. Is
and that
he
Ari
must
is-
like really heavily pick something that he really doesn't like that matchup or whatever.
Ari is 31 games, 68% win rate from Roas.
Oh, so it's a takeaway. Okay.
Looks like it's a takeaway, yeah. Cassiopeia, I don't think we have any info about how popular Cassiopeia is for Roas. I'm not really seeing anything. It's scaling pick, definitely needs to be built around and played around. And Ari should do a pretty good job kind of at being able to pick out Snake.
Yeah, you can kind of
Yes.
skirt around, set up onto him. You have options. You're never gonna like
Ooh.
win the brute force punching match in this matchup, but you have so many more options than Cass does.
Kappa going with Kazakhs. I believe that's their most played. Looks like as well. I'm not sure how the Kazakhs fares in this meta right now, but definitely always a threat if he's able to get ahead and just kind of make it hell for the other jungler or a squishy side laner. Samira.
Whoa, blind Samira. The
Really
Venti
aggressive.
ego already sky high after one good game, and it's gonna be blind Samira. He's made it happen time and time again on the pick.
And
I have
if they
faith.
a support in mind. I know Nautilus is a really popular one. Just because of the amount of CC he has to combo with Samira. So they're not going to pick the support. Gives the Roadrunners a chance to kind of pinch either top or support.
I really want a support pick from Roadrunners here. You take any of Thresh, Leona, or Rakan, and you ban the other two, and that's going to limit what Garrett can do from the support position so much, because you run real low on good engage options after that. So instead, going to pick up Lucian for Thundar instead of pinching down that that support pool. Doesn't want his pool getting attacked too terribly much.
Yeah. The Lucian pick is interesting. He might be able to compete with Samira, just kind of like upfront bursty damage. It would really help if he goes with like an Enchanter. Problem being, Enchanters usually fare pretty poorly against the engage pick-oriented supports. Leona and Nautilus are banned away. Thresh is still up. Rakan is still up. They can't ban all of them. Okay, there's a Nami away. The traditional go-to support for Lucian. You go electrocute Nami and just kind of zip zap zoop. Tons of damage. Sona is still on the table and is played fairly frequently by Depreston. Pairs really well with Lucian as well, just kind of rocking the passive. So
I would
see if
imagine
they
that
wanna
must
leave that
kind of be what Sac State is hoping for. I think
Yeah,
they're
make it
trying to
aggressive.
bait a Sona pick. So it is going to be Thresh and Leona taken away, but this is, like I talked about, there are 3 champs you need to take away from Garrett. Rakan is still up, crucially, and is going to be able to do so much work against this lane, I would have to imagine. Lucian
when do you
can
think
dash
Lulu-
out of it pretty well, but
Lulu is Braum.
classic pairing for sure.
Good pairing with Lucian. Easy stun procs. This is like an older combo, but still effective, I would say. I don't think it's valued as highly, unless you know there's a lot of projectile attacks you can block. Unfortunately, I don't think Braum's shield will do anything against Samira ultimate, because I don't think they're like projectile.
It does not.
Radial damage. Yeah.
And it's not my
There
favorite
it
pick.
is.
But yeah, so fully expected that, of course. Lucian has a pretty easy time of dashing out of Rakan Engage pre-6, if the dash is available. After 6, if he lands the W ulti, obviously Lucian's going to be charmed up and won't be able to dash out of the Grand Entrance to follow up. So I don't like San Antonio's answer into the Samira at all, really. They did draft a strong lane for themselves that is going to be able to scrap very effectively. As Saxay going to round out their comp with an Ornn here. But yeah, my favorite picks into Samira are actually 80 carries, I think, that do the most work in terms of shutting Samira down. Like, Vayne and Triss are both picks that I think are fantastic into Samira. Just having instant cancel for the ultimate is so powerful. Obviously, Samira is almost always going to pair with some sort of melee engage support, like an overwhelming majority of the time. And you can go something like Morgana to circumvent that. But if you have Morgana, you have no reliable Samira ult cancel unless it comes from your 80 carry, like a Trist or a Vayne. And then your next option is, okay, so now how does the support go about canceling Samira ulti? And like Braum is okay, because the Glacial Fissure can come through that. I'll obviously cancel Samira ultimate, but it's got kind of a slow animation. You can miss it, all of these things. And then if you take something like a Leona, you have to be in melee range of the Samira, which is already not an awesome place to be in if Samira is after level 6 and is in a position to get the ulti down. But yeah, we'll see. A super powerful lane, going to give them a lot of options, so they could be able to pull it out just off of that alone.
Yeah, and I mean, they've got, like, Samira is probably the one to watch from the side of Sac State, but I mean, you've got Jarvan Cataclysm to deal with. You got Ornn Ornament Slater, Ari looking for picks. Garrett, like, the entirety of Sac State's lineup is really just kind of looking to go in with Justin kind of sounding that Galahorn.
Exactly. Yeah, the comp works. The comp really does work. It is a little short range, but not really an issue here when you're staring down 3 melee and then relatively short range damage dealers in Lucian and Cass.
Yeah. We'll say a lot of members of the Roadrunners can escape from the Cataclysm without too much investment. I mean, Braum can hop out following Lucian or Kha'Zix. Cass is kind of stuck. Volibear would have to ultimate, but he's fairly beefy.
Yeah, not super worried about being locked in there.
It's really just Cassiopeia, I think, that's got a major problem to deal with it. Unless the flashes are down, in which case, or like if the Roadrunners look to play aggressively, use the Lucian dash forward, Kha'Zix jump forward, Braum. If those are on cooldown, Cataclysm is kind of free real estate.
Absolutely.
So many go buttons. This SX 8 really, and like they don't even need to the 5v5. I mean, they can skirmish, they can team fight. The main thing I think is going to be gunning down this Cassiopeia ASAP, and not. I think maybe the 2v2s If it's like if Kha'Zix is involved, it might be kind of difficult.
Yeah. I think the only real thing that I worry about for Sac State is going to be the stability of our solo laners.
Yeah.
I mean, bot lane stability could be an issue, but we just, at this point, we kind of expect Venti and Garrett to put down most of the other bot lanes that we match up against. But when it comes to Justin and XP, it comes to parity a lot more frequently, and matchups play out more kind of how you expect them to play out, just based on the champions that are picked. And Volley into Orange sounds very Volley favored, and Cassio into Ahri. While I kind of touched on Ahri having a lot of options, the lane itself, the actual just strictly neutral game, sounds quite Cass favored to me.
Yeah.
And if those lanes aren't stable, then it could potentially be problematic. Like that, combined with bot lane doesn't get as much of a lead as you might expect, or Jarvan doesn't get anything done on the map early, then it could be in trouble because, the Roadrunners comp does also do quite a few things well.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Because Cassiopeia can't buy boots. She gets a small amount of move speed initially, and it ramps to be better than boots later. But she might be a prime target early game, just kind of playing around the Ahri.
That's where I'd be looking if I was Bamo.
Yeah.
It's at that mid lane.
Yeah, the only way I think Roaz really gets out of that is probably flashing or landing with a Noxious Blast for a move speed boost to kind of try and dodge the flag and drag. And or charm. Might just be a standard 5-point. I can't, you don't usually want to invade Braum. Kind of king of the level 1.
Indeed.
That's done. And Sac State doesn't really have any major pick. You don't really want already to start charm. That kind of feels bad. Although, yep, Venti walking out.
It's going to be a standard 5-point. Venti will spot this. Going to make it out of there without taking half of his HP this time around.
Oh, looks like they're looking for more. They do have some wards to drop. Yep. This looks like it's maybe another deep ward. No, just the one on the red. Gonna try and track Bamo.
I really, really like that. That's a great level 1 out of Roadrunner Gaming, being able to track the Jarvan from very early on, leveraging this really, really favorable level 1 that you have with champs like Braum and Lucian. Going to be able to get in there, get some wards down, track this Jarvan, make sure that he is at least hindered in his ability to influence these solo lanes early on.
Yeah, because if you don't see Jarvan over by that red buff by somewhere between the 2.5, maybe 3-minute mark, he's probably looking for a gank.
That is going to be Bamo changing it up, calling an audible, going to be clearing from top to bot now. Maybe looking for a drive-by mid on his way down there, but going to be looking toward this Samira lane down there, going to leave Ornn on an island. Whereas Capo on the Kha'Zix going to look to leverage the really, really good setup that he has up in that top lane with the Volley Bear. Pretty much can get that stun at will.
Yeah, and actually by not pathing straight to that red buff, you kind of play the mind game for topside, making him think that Jarvan might be looking for level 2. Some cheesy gank.
Yeah, definitely.
We'll see if he's going to get exposed by that. I think he is. Yeah.
Oh, Ignite is down onto Preston into the bot lane. Not going to lock up Venti, but a flash auto going to pick it up, and DePreston is depressed after that one. This time Sac State going to get the level 2 spike, and the volley doing a lot of work in this top lane, going to force out Justin's flash at level 2.
Oh, they're having access to that Sky Splitter. Such a big shield, so much % health damage. Ooh.
Whoa, I don't know about that.
Yeah, relax. One more. Oh, there it is.
That's going to be another one just gifted over to Venti there. Oh, Flag and Drag not going to land, but Rose is dropping very low. So is Bambo. Mini autos are in, and that's going to be Rose just kind of letting Bambo walk into him. Flag and Drag misses. Bambo goes down.
Like it was XP
oh, and now Capo into the mid lane here.
Yeah.
Lots of damage onto XP, going to force the flash out.
Definitely some degree of miscommunication there. I think the flag attack has to land, or you have to commit the flash to land on top of that cast there and hope XP is ready to follow.
Absolutely.
Yeah, with Conquer on the Cassiopeia, if the engage goes bad, she's able to just kind of kite you out or chase you down with those Nox Blast move speed bonuses.
And you know what? You mentioned that. It was pretty close. I think maybe if Bambo had just committed the flag and drag into flash earlier and knocked up the Cassio, I think he might just have the damage outright regardless of the follow-up coming through. So going to kill him, cost him his flash in the end, and no kill going to go over. So blundered by Bambo there for sure, I think is the consensus.
You have Venti 2-0. Very early, Noon Quiver completed against the Longsword Dorad's Blade. Thundar there.
And it's like I said in Champ Select, this is something you generally can count on when you're watching the Sac State games. Venti and Garrett just know how to get it done down there.
Playing aggressive here, looking for a little bit of an invade.
And they have so much control over this top side via the priority that Nacho Grande God has been able to get on the Volley Bear into Ornn matchup. So looking really good, taking advantage of that.
Bambo's in a position to dive here.
Oh my
gonna kick this
god.
off.
Volley does a lot of damage. Bambo level 3, looking for the dive here. No flashes available. Flag and drag going to hit 2. Venti's in for the damage. Garrett going to get out of the tower in time.
He might be able to start.
We've got another dive going on in the top side, going to cross map this one.
Yep,
Bambo going to
starting
tank up the tower
a bit.
first, going to flag and drag out of there. Minion auto not going to be enough. Garrett going to be able to pick that one up, though. Going to have to expend his flash to do so, and Justin did fall on the top side to Roadrunner Gaming's dive up there.
He should be able to catch this wave and kind of get this to crash. Nacho Grande God does not have TP. Will not have it. So, I mean, let's see if that ends up playing a key role. I think the Volibears go in the Gauntlet? Frostfire Gauntlet?
I would expect so. You see, like, you see Frostfire, you could see, just straight up Sunfire Aegis as well. Not really seeing the Turbo Chem Tank on every champ in the game anymore. So likely to be one of those two options. And he does have a tier. So we'll probably see 2 Blimbledonguses this game. Love it, love it.
Definitely. Actually, I mean, he's got that sitting on that sheen. I mean, is it going to be Sunder Volibear?
I would expect so. I think, you know, obviously this pick is a little different, just a volley top in general. But yeah, usually the kind of ham volley build is like Sunderer, sometimes even into Nashers. But yeah, I expect him to be going Sunderer.
Oh my god, that chunk damage, but ooh, just dodge. Oh no.
The tower is off. Justin is going down. The volley top is really panning out.
Oh no.
Oh, DePreston going to have to blow his flash right quick after the grand entrance lands onto him. Oh, Capo absolutely wins these. We'll see if Sac State Spot Lane's able to make it up in time. Bambo is getting onto the honey fruits as quick as he can, but it won't be quick enough. Capo going to take him down. Garrett's in trouble. Grand entrance going to get him to safety, though.
Sac State picked up that Drake, but it cost the Bama's life there. Good catch from Capo. Yeah, I think, tragic that tower dive early. I think Garrett ended up getting both kills.
Oh, Garrett looking. Grand entrance actually going to miss both. Venti's in, but he does have the concussive strikes on. Level 6 going to come through. He's going to clean up both of those. Going to get the reset, get out of the tower. Oh, the charm going to cancel the blast cone jump. And that'll be XP picking up a kill onto Capo. Going to get him on the board. And good thing, too, because he is silently down a whole lot of CS in this mid lane, nearly 30.
Ammo is looking still level 5 against level 8 Cassiopeia. I don't know if you're really playing around this mid lane with just the RE Jarvan right now. I just
that'll
don't
be
think the
hard.
damage is there to kill Cass.
Yeah, especially with no Spirit Rush cooldown.
Yeah, I would like to see maybe Venti rotating up towards that mid lane. Get Bamo to 6, maybe make a play on Cass, grab Shelly, and just kind of have XP hold the lane bot side, but...
And even you're in a position to get priority as the Sac State bot lane right now. You can keep this perma-shoved, keep the Roadrunner Gaming bot lane tied to their tower, and then go make plays elsewhere. You know, maybe you can just straight up roam to this mid lane as Venti and Garrett and turn that matchup.
Oh, good dodge. Yeah, I do definitely think they need a third member to kind of take down this Cassiopeia. With just the Lost Chapter and the Bomby Cinder from Bamo and XP. It's looking a little rough, a little low on the damage front. Especially with Rose having flash ups though. Although Venti, in traditional fashion for Sac State Green Team, has that mythic done. Free 10 minutes. Mortal Shield Bow at the ready. That was picked up earlier by Capo, so I'm assuming they want to get that into the mid lane and get those plate golds donated to Roez. Handing it over to Nacho Grande God may not be a bad idea either. Big beefy Volibear with plenty of damage can also be trouble.
I do think I like the mid lane Herald drop more.
Oh yeah.
Just because I think this top tower is probably just going to fall anyway. I mean, look at what this man is doing to poor Justin. So we got a play going on in the bot lane. This actually will be answered by Capo, and the engage was not clean. Venti's shutdown going to go over to Thundar. Capo chasing in on a Garrett, going to force his flash out. Looks like this will be the end of the play.
Oh no.
Whoa, Garrett wants more. I don't
yeah.
think he really wants more, though. That's going to be the end of that one. Oof.
Yeah, I think as soon as that Granaton's failed, probably kind of look away.
Oh, and now they're just going to turn it into a Herald to bot lane, and this should equalize a lot of the gold.
Oh no.
So we've got XPNX making his way down here. That's going to be plate gold going over, and Roadrunner Gaming wisely going to turn tail out of there.
A bit more gold in the pockets of that Lucian. Still about a 1k gold diff. So I believe he should be able to finish his mythic though. Probably Gale Force? Maybe Kraken Slayer. Not quite.
Not quite.
Although we do see XPNX walking up with that Everfrost. We saw one of the RE players in an earlier game kind of landing all those root charm combos. Let's see if XP can be inspired to do the same. Divine Sunder done for Nacho Grande. Yeah, Justin can't play the game anymore. No way.
Gonna be farming with Qs for a while, it would seem. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles in these top lane matchups.
Yeah, I think even like Nacho Grande can just play around his ultimate and even eventually dive and force Justin. Just reset. Mountain Drake is up. Capo's down. Bamo on the way. XPNX first. Roas does not have TP.
Garrett kind of playing a little ham there, trying to get Capo to think that they didn't know he was there.
They're really slow to converge on this. And they could just turn him, burn Cass here. Charmlands!
Oh, it's real good, and Garrett is so quick on the trigger. That's going to be Rose going down immediately. Thundar trying to make space with the culling as Bamo takes down the dragon. Capo and Bamo duking it out. Venti's got the concussive blows onto him, but he's going to be able to get the Inferno trigger off after get two more kills in. That's a double kill for XPNX. He's chasing down his third kill. Nacho Grande God is real big on this Volibear. I don't know if he's big enough to take on 4 Grand Entrance lands into Flag and Dragon. That's going to be another one going over Ace 4-0 in a 4v5 for Sacramento State.
Justin gonna grab a couple plates here. Bit of CS, couple plates.
And he's actually holding pretty close in CS at this point after being able to pick up a few free waves, getting some plates. The gold is, I would imagine, nearly equalized. Yeah, just about a 600 gold lead. Definitely not nothing, but certainly not what it was a minute ago.
If he can get this plate, he's damn near even. And I mean, lots more mythics coming through. Justin should have money for it. Bamo may as well. Yep. Just got all the mythics coming through besides the support. Duskblade completed for Capo on the Kha'Zix. Definitely could spell trouble if he's able to get the resets. Riftmaker for Roez. But, I mean, if they look for kind of those pincher formations and they're able to turn and burn this cast, it may not make it, it might not even matter.
So really, really, really good back cancel for Thundar on the Lucian, able to stop Venti from backing. He's on no mana and over 2,000 gold in his pocket. He really wants to base. Thundar is on an item completion here. It was the Gale Force that's going to come through for him. So they want to push this 2v2 while they're at parity here.
TX does have the Spirit Rush. Oh, it's so much damage.
This looks like it could be XP and X dead. He's going to dance around. The Everfrost is good.
Oh,
a good flash, but he's getting converged on. Gonna get the trade kill.
Oh my goodness.
Shut down.
Wasn't really too sure about that Spirit Rush angle, but he made it work. It is a shame that that bounty got handed over to the Volibear. Just probably not too happy about that, but the gold is still in the pocket, not spent.
Yeah, that shot his lead way up. Up about 1,200 now. Nearly doubled his lead off of that play. Garrett's got a great... Oh my goodness, Venti's doing some damage now. Inferno Trigger is down, flashing in. Good interrupt out of Depressive. It's not going to matter. The damage was through. And Sac State is just farming Roadrunner's bot lane.
Top lane turning into a wet noodle fight. Justin might just kind of have the stats to deter this Volibear engage, or not. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Oh, Garrett.
Base check Capo here, but he's got the Venti support here to help him. The jump was not expended though, so that's going to be Venti picking up a kill. And he's getting collapsed on now. Oh!
Oh, but the cast. She has ult.
The stun is in. Thundar is going to get in too. Venti picks up 2 in a 1v4. Sac State wants to avenge their boy. Road's going to get out of a good Everfrost with a good flash, but it looks like XP, the healing from the Conqueror, going to keep Rose alive. Not going to fall to that one. That's going to be XP equalizing what... Oh, never mind. Bam, I'm going to pick that one up.
Collector.
He did not have that finished for the last play.
Yeah, I think that would have been the difference maker. Like, he could have had a 1v4 outplay pretty much. And actually...
The classic play. Rift Herald going to be picked up with the objective bounties on. The bot lane's going to be locked up. I think Venti might just take down the bot lane before the teleport can matter. Not quite a real good concussive blow is going to lock him up for the moment. But the cavalry has arrived, and Rose is next on the chopping block. 4 members chasing him down. He can kite. He can kite for a while, but the grand entrance cooldown is going to be there. That's going to be Venti picking up 2 more.
Ooh, the trade might be this mid-tier 2. Nobody answers. XP and Garrett on the way. But Shelly looks like she can get the slam into that tier 2. Decent chunk out of that one.
Really nice by Nacho Grande God to get a little bit of a crossplay there. He picked up the Herald solo just prior, able to get the mid-outer solo right after, and then lead that into a Herald charge on the mid-tier 2.
Kappa with some mind games.
Gonna try to juke on out of there. Going to be successful in doing so, but Sac State's going to take up the Dragon. That'll put them on Soul Point.
Infernal Soul Point on a 9-2 Samira. Yeah. Almost 3 items. It's big damage.
And they're on
Big
pace
confuse.
for a sub 25-minute Infernal Soul here. It's a real nice spot to be in. And, you know, I want to draw attention to a 21-9 kill score that is only a 2,000 gold lead. And obviously that's going to be coming from some really, really big CS differences, particularly in the solo lanes and to a lesser extent in the jungle as well. You see nearly 40 CS in favor of Rose in the mid lane, 30 CS in favor of Nacho Grande God in the top lane, 20 CS in favor of Capo in the jungle. So a lot of that gold lead being equalized. But
Yeah. There were a couple objective, like the gold lead was, I want to say 4 or so thousand for a minute, and then a couple objective bounties were claimed, and you can kind of tell the power of those changes that Riot implemented this season.
Definitely.
To close gold gaps.
And that's all Nacho Grande God, being able to get that down like we were talking about, that Rift Herald play that he made.
Venti baiting.
Oh, so good.
Whoa, Garrettson. That's
Garrett's
Cassiopeia
in.
does not get the full-
Oh, what a beautiful Recon engage. But he actually doesn't go down, able to get the Petrifying Gaze off before he goes down. Not going to matter too much, though. Sac State's chasing in. Garrett's got the flash in, going to force the flash out of Preston, which will get him out of the grand entrance. Blast Cone going to get him to safety. XP going to land the charm onto Capo, but I don't think he can follow any further under the tower.
It's a very angle.
They're looking to kill this Baron on spawn. This is not the quickest Baron taking team in the world, but they are so accelerated at this stage in the game. Should go down as quick as they need.
They should be aware. The Roadrunners should be aware, but I don't think there's much I can do. Nacho Grande God probably, definitely just dies if he jumps in there.
1,000 HP on the Baron. Bamo Smite going to pick that one up. Nacho Grande God not going to attempt to send his carcass in there.
Ornaments, soon to be online. Orange hit 13, next level should be able to upgrade Venti. Give him bonus couple thousand gold. Not a couple thousand, it's like a little over 1,000 gold, I think.
Yeah, I think
on
that's,
shield bow.
yeah.
Horizon Focus, done for the XP.
Interesting.
10% bonus damage on charmed targets. Not to mention revealing them. I think that should work even for Kha'Zix's ultimate. Because it lasts for 6 seconds. So yeah, I mean, if he lands any sort of CC on Kha'Zix, he can't try to be sneaky. That invis.
Justin looks like he's
As you know,
pretty
Kha'Zix
much
do.
in a position to shrug off Nacho Grande God now.
Yeah. NT Infinity Edge complete. ADC big spike. 3
He
items.
is massive. And again, here we are. Venti nearly 2 items up on his lane opponent.
Ooh, Shrelia's, they might see Nacho Grande. Oh, they must have spotted him out from that control ward.
Flag and drag in. Flash going to be forced out immediately, but the Grand Entrance going to get you right after that one. That's going to be a free kill gifted over to Sac State off of the vision control around the Baron area. Flag and drag in. Cataclysm going to lock up Rose, but that will be answered back with his flash. XP's in with the Spirit Rush Charm going to miss, but the Grand Entrance will find its mark. Rose going to be able to get off the Petrifying Gaze just before going down, but Venti is just tearing through the back line. Triple kill for Venti Samira. And Sac State is alone with the Roadrunners base.
I don't know. They probably have time to grab the inhib. And then
I don't
rotate
think
down
they
this
end. I don't
break.
think they quite end.
No. They can maybe. I think they could. Actually, they have that wave bot side. They could send someone. Oh, those are some end pings. That seems ambitious. I think you can just rotate.
They only have
tier 2.
Yeah, they don't have enough. They don't have enough of a wave. I don't think they would have had to have waited for the next one, and by that time, everybody would have been up again.
Oh no. Yeah, I don't like that at all.
I think XP kites these out.
Yeah.
I wish Justin didn't cancel his recall because I think XP's fine. Yeah.
For the most part, it looks like the Roadrunners might be a little slow to go towards this Drake. Nacho Grande God does not have teleport, and he's walking towards the top lane with
Yeah,
Soul spawning.
and this is Sac State's Soul. I think that's an error, absolutely. No, I don't think they win the fight, but they don't win the game unless they win a fight, and this is going to be like the flippiest thing. Their best chance is Sac State misplaying at this dragon and them being able to get a good fight off of it.
Capo's looking for something. Still, we're looking for a steal, but that's suicide.
Way too late. That's going to be him going down. And that pick alone could just be the end of the game. Bama's looking on the Rose, going to be in there with the Cataclysm. Going to stopwatch. A good Petrifying Gaze, going to lock up some of the members. Culling over the top, going to take Garrett down mid-dash. Venti's finding the damage, though. Finding a lot of damage onto his own champion as well, though. Bronzestone going to wear off. XP and X going to supplement the damage there. Charm lands onto Thundar. It's another triple kill for Venti. It's just Nacho Grande God against 4. Sac State looks like they're going to run in this mid lane wave and take down the Nexus.
Yeah, I mean, Capo's coming up. Ooh, that shield might have been a little early. Slow misses, but so does the charm.
Oof.
Death timers are coming up. Slow Justin's in there. Big tanky boy.
Good knock up into the wall. Capo going to barely stay above the collector threshold. Oh, going to find a nice little trade kill back on it. XP. Sac State's going to have to play this well. The Nexus is open. A good knock-up going to land onto Bamo. Benji's kiting around the fight. He needs the Cassiopeia cooldowns to go down. The ultimate is available. The concussive blows are on, though. And there it is. The concussive blow is going to come through in time. All 4 champions auto-attacking Venti there, going to cancel the ultimate immediately.
Yeah, Shutdown Gold went to Cass. Void Staff's completed now, so I mean, lots and lots of damage coming out of Roez here.
The Nexus is open. No teleports available for Sac State, and also no wards placed down near the Nexus. So backdoor possibilities pretty low at the moment. Sac State going to have to do this the old-fashioned way, more than likely.
Yeah, the Baron coming up in a minute, but I mean, the bonus stats are nice. It's probably not going to do too much as far as like helping game-ending power, because you don't need the minions. You really just need to win a fight.
Oh, he has collector tabbies on Lucian. Oh my god. I don't want to see anybody building those items on Lucian, okay?
Yeah, when they changed his ultimate to scale with, like, does it scale the attack speed or crit chance?
Scales with crit chance.
Okay.
Yeah. Your second item is Essence Reaver on Lucian, ladies and gentlemen. I don't want to hear anybody tell me otherwise. You're wrong.
Yeah, we've got one more game after this one, then it's the end of the day. And we move on to Sunday's matches. For Isaac asking in chat. Yes, actually, you really just have to try to find an engage here. Yep, bam. Oh, that's
a great Petrifying Gaze off of the attempted follow-up. A nice grand entrance going to lock up a few of the members. Or an ultimate, and Venti is eviscerating the whole team! This could be the Penta!
Let's go!
Kill for Venti! Finally, after so many quadras throughout the Big Sky regular season, the man finally gets his pentakill. And what a way to do it in a tournament like this. 38-15, 26 minutes in, 23 kills, and a pentakill for Venti. Thanks so much for sticking around, everybody. I think we got one more game for today, and then that'll do it. The tournament will conclude tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you. Sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you sit up, hey, you like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light. Like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light, like the cool blue light.
All right, welcome back for what will be the final game of the day. This tournament will conclude tomorrow. This is going to be your very own Sac State Green Team taking on the University of Oklahoma. Got a Nivea band right off the bat here. This should be, I would think, the closest game of the day, purely based off of the solo queue ranks of these players coming in. Just looking at kind of what we're dealing with here, this should be a good one.
Galio bands all day, every day.
Yep, I mean, it's easy enough to see. It's plain as day. You look up XPNX on OPGG, it's staring you right in the face, right at the very top. And teams hate dealing with it.
I mean, Rammus. Whoa.
That's an interesting one.
126 Rammus games this season.
I
66%
see.
win rate. What a legend.
Rammus is a bit like rock, paper, scissors. Myself being an 80 carry player, there are champs that make Rammus do absolutely nothing. Like if you play Vayne into it, or even like Ezreal and Kai'Sa can do okay, the champ just does nothing. But if you're playing anything other than those three, it is actually unplayable. It is impossible to do anything. You just kill yourself on him before he dies. Like before he gets to 10% health, you just kill yourself on him. So
Samira ban. The Xayah ban's interesting. I know Venti has pulled it out sometimes, but definitely not something I would consider like his best. And zoom, vroom, vroom. We got the vacuum cleaner.
Back in the lineup. And then speaking of the lineup, didn't really touch on it yet, but Sterling Archer going to be filling in this game for Bamo. With such a long day like this, obviously it's pretty tricky for some busy college kids to sit down and play this many games consecutively. So a few subs going on today. But yeah, Sterling Archer going to round out the day for us in the jungle. Jarvan picked up for Oklahoma.
We have been running Jarvan pretty much all day. So, I mean, this takeaway, it's actually interesting that we get Sterling in. We get the jungler subbed out at the same time that another team looks to pick away what's been working for us pretty much all day.
Absolutely. And then speaking of working for us, the little Rakan hover there, maybe hinting.
Penguin Architect. Oh, yeah, I was going to say, like, not a big Lulu player, so that hover was interesting. But yeah, going for the Victor.
I mean, real stable, should scale pretty much for free in the Swain matchup would be my expectation for how that goes. Both teams just going to be spamming abilities on the wave.
Oh, you know what? I will say, Chachi has played a good amount of Victor. I think it's probably mid, but I know Victor top has been kind of a flex.
For sure. I could see that. It's going to be Zach's super different look from what we usually see out of Bamo already. This champion has a very exploitable early game. If you're able to coordinate pushing lanes with a strong invading jungler, you can really make Zach's life impossible. But the champ's going to provide a ton of value as soon as he gets through those weaker early levels, and it's going to be Venti back on the tryst.
Yeah, no support pick. To be fair, none of them have been banned in round one, so they're probably not too worried about getting pinched. Garrett's pool is so broad that you would have to basically ban 3 in round one, and then I think 1 in round 2 to completely really pinch him out.
And that's to pinch him out of just the engaged support pool. That's not even taking into account, things like his Renata or Lux when paired with like the Caitlyn or something, or Morgana that we've seen him pilot. Like he's got all kinds of champs that he can play. And Tristana a lot more flexible than Samira that we saw last game. Yeah. Samira pretty exploitable in draft when you pick it that early because you can take away engage support options, but Trist much more flexible, can play with pretty much anything.
Yeah. Penguin Architect. As far as supports, I'm wondering if they're going to ban the Leona. It is like the most played, highest win rate for Penguin Architect. It pairs fairly well and actually does really well. Caitlyn's answer to Tristana, being able to, they're just going to take it away. Any sort of CC to follow up, like if Tristana jumps in, Caitlyn nets back, dodges the damage, and then gets the headshot. If there's any CC at all, the trap's going to land. So like Caitlyn is a decent answer into Tristana. A little less upfront damage, I think kind of a higher skill cap.
For sure.
Ooh.
They're going to R5 support. Interesting. So like what I was looking at here is we're probably looking at a Thresh Rakan handshake. a lot of people seem to think that the Thresher Khan matchup is very Thresh favored, and while I do generally agree, I think a lot of the reasoning is pretty flawed because supports just super overestimate their ability to cancel Grand Entrance with Thresh Flay. I don't care how good you are. If you're on NA ping, you are doing that predictively. You are not reacting to Thresh Flaying Grand Entrance. I'm sorry.
I think
So I really don't mind taking either side of this.
looks like they're going TK.
Yeah, I could just switch it up here.
I think there is a lot of CC coming from Sack State, but I think there's a lot of delay. The Rupture from Cho'Gath, the Elastic Slingshot from Zac, the Abyssal Voyage from Garrett, all of which are pretty well telegraphed against a team that is fairly mobile. Caitlyn with a net, Poppy has move speed bonus. I think Poppy can interrupt Zac's Slingshot too, right?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's probably the best Poppy
into
interaction
3 tanks.
in the game. Yeah,
Set support.
the University of Oklahoma draft looking pretty darn good.
Oh, it's Poppy's support.
Oh, interesting. Okay, for sure,
I kind of figured Poppy would like the matchup with Grasp and the Cho'Gath.
Sure.
And set not too bad in the TK. But power to him.
I think Poppy support is fine. Poppy support with Caitlyn is so weird to me.
Yeah, I don't really see too much of the synergy unless Poppy can get a wall stun. Wall stun into like a trap.
Even so, I generally like Caitlyn a lot more with champs that don't push the target away to get their CC, where Poppy might just wall dash 1,000 units away from Caitlyn, and then by the time Caitlyn has walked up into range to place the trap, the stun is over, and you don't get that trap anymore. This happens a lot when you're playing Caitlyn matchups.
And I mean, like, there's some amount of playability around like Poppy calculating the angle on the charge to push someone into a trap just for some headshot damage.
Oh, true.
And like maybe Penguin Architect runs Grasp support Poppy. I'm not sure if Aftershock or Guardian are preferred, or hell even Glacial Augment.
They all seem
Meh.
pretty low value.
Yeah.
Grasp just sounds super weird. I can't imagine that's going to be the choice. Aftershock, it's like, yeah, you can proc it on your E or whatever, but I think a lot of the power for Aftershock supports comes in the fact that you can get that durability pretty much on demand, even if you are being jumped on. So it's like Nautilus or Leona can just turn and auto you, with in Leona's case with her Q on, proc that Aftershock, and then shrug off most of the damage. Poppy, if you are chasing her, would have to dash into you to get the Aftershock proc. Guardian might be okay, but Guardian just is generally not very high value into all-in lanes, which, like, I would lean towards calling TK Tristan all-in lane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm not actually sure what the pickup's going to be for the Poppy. But, I mean, we have seen Swain be an absolute menace, and in some cases, he may have more value than Victor as long as he's able to channel the ultimate for longer than Victor's ultimate's on the field.
I was thinking about this matchup a minute ago.
Yeah.
Does Victor ulti... So Victor ulti interrupts channels on the initial proc, right?
I
Does
believe so.
that... Would it cancel Swainel?
I don't know if it is the channel still.
Because if that's the case,
I think it's just
that is really good.
Yeah, I don't think Swainel... I don't think any of the abilities in the game are like channels anymore besides like Katarina and then Karth is channeling the Fiddlesticks. I don't think it'll cancel it because it's like a trigger.
Right.
I'm pretty sure it's just a trigger.
More of like a state change, so to speak, than a channel. Yeah. For sure. I mean, if Daimiko expects that is an interaction that works, I'm sure we'll see it on display really quickly. So
yeah, it's worth pointing out the gravity field could actually be really huge, just making it so Swain can't walk forward and continue his ult in perpetuity. So I think where a lot of the potential like outplay or like looking to just walk away from Swain.
Yeah, because I mean, Swain himself just has to walk, right? So like you just make him walk around, and that's suddenly way more effective against a champ like this that has no, you know, there are no dodges to speak, or dashes, pardon me, to speak of. There's no move speed bonus to speak of, anything like that. So I could see that being quite valuable, the gravity field.
Yeah, I think there's a bit more upfront burst from Victor, just this combo. I think a lot of the value from Swain is just coming from being able to channel that ult for the duration of the team fight. Swain does also have the value in Never Move being like an actual hard CC stun and reposition, whereas Victor really just kind of shoots out damage. So slightly different taste, but I would honestly love for Swain to be another one of the core control mages put into the rotation that's vied for in that mid lane with these changes, just like across the board for competitive.
Yeah, I see a world in which that becomes the case pretty quickly. I mean, it's looked very, very strong today for sure in just the games that we've seen. Double Hail the Blades in the bot lane for Sac State. They're looking to take it to him.
Mm-hmm.
No surprise there. And it will be Aftershock for the Poppy, something that we talked about a little bit earlier on.
I do really like the double Halo Blades, because we were talking about just on a Tahm Kench being an all-in bot lane, but the Halo Blades makes their trades really good too. Their short trades really good. So it kind of shores up a big weakness of the two. As well as enhancing Venti's ability to kind of proc that mine immediately.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Halo Blades on Trist, certainly a staple. You see that pretty much always. It's just so much value with the way that the gameplay loop works on this champ. And then TK, you see it in matchups that are a little bit more free, just to be able to get those acquired taste procs in a little bit quicker and get the stuns off, the eats off, whatever the case may be. We've got both junglers going to be clearing from their topside camps down towards the bot lane. This bot lane going to be quite volatile would be my expectation. It's going to be W star for Garrett. He's got the knock-up in on a Monster Summoner, going to force out the flash immediately. Going to take just about all of his HP. The Ignite expended for Garrett there, and any follow-up play on a Monster Summoner could very well be lethal here for Sac State's bot lane.
Oh yeah, just voyage. Wall stun. There's that combo. No trap, not level 2. But that's the combo that I was kind of talking about. Being able to get that wall stun into a potential trap, then maybe net, get that double headshot. Lots of damage if Garrett goes aggressive in the wrong position.
Yeah, the way that that ended up playing out there with Garrett moving forward so aggressively, putting himself right in a position for that wall stun, I expect him to maybe play around that a little bit better moving forward now that it's burned him the one time. Hopefully we'll see him sort of adjust to that little interaction.
Yeah, I don't necessarily think they pick this knowing that Garrett plays aggressively.
Right.
It's more of like insider knowledge for us.
We've got Sterling Archer making his way into the bot lane. This is a difficult gank angle for sure. Zach won to be able to make those things happen regardless. I did not catch what Penguin Architect skilled. It looks like he does not have the steadfast presence just yet. Going to find the wall stun onto Sterling Archer, but not before Venti's able to get himself a reset. Take down Monster Summoner and force the flash out of Penguin Architect. Kill did go over to Sterling Archer on the Zag, though. Not the ideal place for the gold to go. You would have loved to have seen that given over to Venti, perhaps. But a kill is a kill. We will absolutely take those. Gold not going to be wasted by any means.
Yeah, I mean, we could even see like a tanky Demonic Embrace Zac coming through. 2 tank items into Demonic Embrace. Plenty of damage coming out that way.
Oh. And here we go, trying to abuse the Zac in his own jungle early on. Sac State's going to be here for the play, though, and that's going to be Siren going down in Sac State's jungle, just getting too aggressive. Venzie's got the reset, going to force the flash out of Daimiko. Monster Summoner may have stepped up too far. The 90 caliber net going to get him out of the Abyssal Voyage coming in from Garrett. Trap going to find Venzie, but not before Garrett's able to get in. The Hail of Blades autos. Flash going to be used. Heal going to be used. Monster Summoner going down to Venzie. 2 kills going over to your Tristana, as well as 2 buffs. Count them, a blue one, a red one, and he is going to be in a position to take over this early game.
I was going to say, pretty good position for this Drake take if Saxday wants to take it, but with Victor TPing back to lane, the bot lane for Volley may be able to make it in time to contest. So good that they kind of hold off.
You see here, we do have one of the wards just faded, so it's not quite as poignant as it was a moment ago, but good chunk of vision expended towards the Dragon Pit area for University of Oklahoma. Cyrane making his way into the top lane. Justin does have flash available. Absolutely cannot get hit by the Flag and Drag or the Facebreaker. Going to take the Facebreaker, but the Flag and Drag follow-up not going to find its mark, and Justin's not going to have to blow anything. And now, pulling our attention down toward the bot side, Sterling Archer going to be starting up this Mountain Dragon. Going to start the Dragon stacking off right here early on. Taking advantage of some of that immense bot pressure that we've got going so far in the game. Set ultimate going to be used up into the top lane. A good rupture going to get Justin out for a moment. But down in the bot lane, the Abyssal Voyage going to get Garrett in. The bomb! Not quite going to be able to finish Monster Summoner. He's on top of it. He got the potion chugging before the Ignite wore off and was able to live through that damage as a result. And just kind of taking stock here as we've got some movement from Cyrane down toward the bot lane. Last coned over. Penguin Architect getting real aggressive onto Venzie. The Steadfast Presence is expended, so if Venzie has a rocket jump, looks like he will not have a rocket jump. That's going to be a nice play out of Cyrane, waiting around for that one.
Yeah. That's not enough. Yeah, should think I'm going over to Jarvan there from Venzie. I do see a pickaxe in his inventory, so it might be a more aggressive Jarvan build than we've been seeing from Bamo today.
Yeah, we saw overwhelmingly the Chem Tank into the Zanyas, which I think just enables Jarvan's role in a competitive setting so much. We've seen this one before. Cyrane going to be able to make it out this time around. A good Flag and Drag over the Rapid Pit wall, going to get him out of there.
Yeah, overall this game feels like it's been a lot slower. A lot of the games have been, you know, a death a minute, or even 2. It's very, very fast games. This one is going a bit slower. Scaling wise, I am kind of curious as to if Swain or Victor end up being on the winning side of that. I guess today's game will kind of give us that answer to some degree, depending on how quickly they want to accelerate this game with like fighting kills.
For sure. My thought is Victor scaling Edge is just like kind of my initial read. Because Swain, I feel like generally the problem you're going to have is at a certain point, you're not a real frontline anymore.
Yeah.
That's just kind of an inevitability. Yeah.
Ooh.
And looks like he's going to go down here.
You can kind of feel the Swain ultimate. Before it used to give you a little bit of a health infusion, a little bit of boost to your like effective health. Doesn't do that anymore. So XP just kind of dying as soon as you triggered it.
So yeah, we've got an Iron Spike Whip in the inventory for Cyrane, so it will be that Gorge Raker or maybe Stride Breaker, or no, it'll be Gorge Raker because he's got the Caulfields. So yeah, definitely going to be different from what we saw Bamo pulling out. My gosh, the CSD topside is mighty thick. About 1,000 gold lead in favor of Chachi OKC up there in the top lane over Justin. But, you know, on the Cho'Gath, you do have quite a bit of freedom to just pick up waves here and there with some of the range that you have available to you. As Chachi getting aggressive yet again. Good Rupture, going to get Justin out of that one. He does have Flash available, so should be in a fairly safe position. But I definitely can't afford to get hit by too many more of these combos. Another Facebreaker going to land. Justin not going to have to blow the Flash out of that one as he's under his own tower. The 90 caliber net and the Flash going to have to be burned for Monster Summoner immediately to get out of the combination of Rocket Jump and Abyssal Voyage there coming out from Sac State's bot lane. Sterling Archer also in the area. Justin taking a lot of damage up in this top lane still as we've got both teams setting up around the dragon area. XPNX still in the mid lane looking to maybe make his way down. Siren going to have the inside track on the spot lane, though, it looks like. Justin taking a lot of damage. A good flash going to get him out of the set W there, which certainly would have been lethal at his HP point. Now, Sterling Archer in the bush, I don't believe they know he was there. They may have an inkling, as they did see him just earlier on. There, we've got the Infernal Dragon up, coming up just now. We'll see if Sac State can continue this bottom lane pressure and is able to convert that into a second dragon take. Get that dragon stacking going. And seeing this Infernal Dragon here now with the Mountain Soul picked up earlier, we'd be looking at perhaps another Cloud Soul, maybe a Hex Tech or an Ocean Soul. All of which sound mighty fine to me if I'm playing from the side of Sac State. Justin taking the worst end of a trade here against Chachi. The W going to be available. A really well-played dodge out there. Siren in with the Cataclysm on the XPNX. The Poppy Stun actually not going to find the edge of the Cataclysm, but there's plenty of damage coming through to take down XPNX. Not off to the start that he's had on the Swain in the other games today. At this 12-minute mark here, despite an only 1 kill difference, a really tricky spot for Sac State to be in, down a little under 2,000 gold. Dragon stacking will be staunched by a good rotation over from University of Oklahoma. Going to be able to pick that one up, and we will have a Hex Tech Soul, something that both of these teams are going to be very happy to pick up should the time come. Oh, and we've got an Abyssal Voyage landing on a Penguin Architect, but some of that durability starting to come in. The Steadfast Presence allotting Poppy a lot of resists while it is active, as well as the move speed to run out of that situation. So even though Penguin Architect wasn't able to get the cancel on the jumps there, the resist helping out tremendously. Penguin Architect going to find a stun into the wall on Garrett, who is going to face check Siren and take enough damage to take him down. Venti going to eat an ace in the hole, but that will not be lethal. The heal will be used there, however. Siren might check this. Going to find the knockup on a Sterling Archer blind. Oh, actually, he was clearing a pink ward, pardon me. But that will not be a deadly situation for him just yet. And Chachi continuing to bully this top lane matchup here against Justin's Cho'Gath. Up about 30 CS at this moment. On that Blade of the Ruined King completion, these set auto attacks are going to hurt the health stacking Cho'Gath considerably throughout the entirety of this game. Ult is popped for XPNX. Garrett going to find the Abyssal Voyage on the Daimiko. Force the flash over the wall for him. Siren going to have to flash out of there as well. The Chaos Storm doing some work, though. A real good set ultimate in for Chachi. Sterling Archer going to be eaten out of there by Garrett. Those two will get to safety, but XP&X will be the sacrificial bird for that play. And Oklahoma not looking at the Rift Herald after that. Certainly had the numbers available had they decided to go for that. We've got both Oklahoma carries making their mythic purchases prior to Sacramento State's. Not too surprising in the mid lane, as Daimiko has been farming up well, participating in kills, going to get to that Leandries quickly. But Venti sitting 2-1-1 and actually up CS is going to hit his mythic after Monster Summoner due to the diversion into the Berserker Greaves. But we'll pick up the Kraken Slayer now, so going to be doing a lot of damage there now. Not opting for the Gale Force, as we saw the last time that he piloted the Tristana. As we got a gank onto Justin, this one likely to be lethal. No flash available for him. Limping out with a sliver, but the final Dragon Strike from Cyrane's Jarvan going to find the kill for him. And this is going to be straight into a Herald. Plates are down, but this tower is in range to fall to this charge. Sac State maybe looking for some sort of cross-map play on the bot side. This Herald could get a lot of value, though. Justin's still not up for a little while and does not have the TP available. The Elastic Slingshot going to be canceled by Penguin Architect's Steadfast Presence. Garrett dropping so low, so fast. No durability on this Tahm Kench just yet. Sterling going to pop into the Bloblets as well and under the tower. You can't imagine there's going to be a save there. Daimiko going to get 2 on the board for himself. And that's going to put Oklahoma in a commanding lead. Objective bounties on the field for Sac State. And now we see Oklahoma just kind of owning most of the map here with 2 top lane turrets taken. You can see Cyrane able to take away much of Sterling Archer's topside jungle there. And now they're looking onto this bot outer, trying to take that one down, turn that into this this next dragon here. Which I believe is bugged on the spectator client. The icon is an Infernal Soul, but I do believe we are on a Hex Tech Soul game, as indicated by the Hex Gates around the map. Sliver of health on this bot outer for Sac State. That'd be a really nice injection of gold for the boys if they're able to take that one down, but there are 5 strong for Oklahoma down towards the spot side. They're not going to give this dragon up for free. The dragon is on the map. 3 members of Sac State around the area, but all 5 for Oklahoma, so I really hope there is not a contest coming through for Sac State. It will be the dragon going over. I wish Sac State was actually doing something with this free time, however. Kind of just 3 people staring at them taking the dragon there rather than doing anything cross-map. Justin getting down what pressure he can on the top side, certainly. Penguin Architect going to face check Garrett and Venti here. Oh, Venti's flashing in, trying to make something happen, but he's flashed straight into a Caitlyn and a Jarvan. Looks like the rocket jump will get him out of that one. Justin's found 2 up in the top lane. We've seen this one before. The flash is available this time, but he is just walking too far forward. And going to go down to Daimiko's Victor. 3 kills on the board for this Victor, going to be scaling up incredibly quickly. And here goes the top lane, or the bot lane, excuse me, outer for Sac State. Penguin Architect going to fall. That's going to be another kill. Both bot laners falling for Oklahoma. That's going to be 2 more for Venti. Despite the gold lead, eclipsing 5,000 here prior to 20 minutes. Sac State is fighting back. Going to pick up 2 free kills for themselves. The bot tower. And set themselves up in a much better position. I see here now some of that vision from the side of Oklahoma leaking deep into Sac State's topside jungle. So much control over this top side of the map allotted to them by Chachi OKC. on the set. Absolutely working Justin in this top lane matchup. Siren getting aggressive onto Venti. The Cataclysm is available should he choose to go forward further, but Venti too strong for Siren to want to take that 1v1, as well as the support from Sac State coming through. Siren Slash going to be forced out by the Abyssal Voyage there. That'll be one playmaking tool that University of Oklahoma is down for the next few minutes. Now we've got Mythics completed across the board, including the support's second item coming through for Venti. Actually going to make it to his second item first in the game. Picking up that rapid fire cannon. Daimiko here against Garrett, going to actually cancel the Abyssal Voyage with the stun from the Gravity Well there. Garrett with the Flash Tongue Lash getting real aggressive. Not a whole lot of HP left to work with for him. Venti going to take a nice combo from Monster Summoner there. Loses about half of his HP. Justin and Penguin Architect like ships in the night. Rupture going to land onto him. Daimiko may be caught here. He's going to fall. Siren is into the back line with the Cataclysm Chachi. OKC going to teleport in, but not before the fight seems to have already been lost for Sac State. It's going to be a quick 2-for-1. Nothing too crazy going down there. We do have some pings in and around the Baron for the University of Oklahoma. And as has been the story of most of this game, the top side continues to be completely under Oklahoma control. We see more of that vision making its way in. Haven't started the Baron up quite yet. Still just kind of skirting around there. Looks like we got a bit of an ARAM going on here now. Sac State members 3 strong in this mid lane. XPNX making his way up toward the top side to collect that way, perhaps. This is just a lot of posturing around Sac State's topside jungle, around the Baron, around this mid lane. Sac State does not want to give up control of those 2 crucial areas of the map, with Baron being the main objective on the field right now. You give over mid pressure, you give over vision in your jungle, and all of a sudden, that Baron is free for the taking for the side of Oklahoma. But with Sac State holding it off fairly well, the attention now turns over to this Hextech Dragon, which could potentially put Oklahoma onto Soul Point. And we have a death cap coming through for Daimiko on this Victor. So much damage going to be available for him. He could really be able to take over this fight. He would be the one to watch here. Sac State's backline access pretty lackluster with this composition, with the Poppy able to provide so much value. Just like you saw there, the Steadfast Press is going to cancel out. Sterling Archer's engaged. XPNX is into the backline, but not before he's hit up into the wall. Chachi OKC with a great set. Ultimate going to find Venti, force out his flash and heal. And that's 2 for Sac State, gone. 1 for Oklahoma, gone. The Keeper's Verdict going to be wound up. Going to find Justin, going to knock him away, put them in a 2v4 situation against Venti and Garrett. Venti's rocket jump not going to come in time. The headshot going to find him, and that's going to be 2 kills over to Monster Summoner, and likely Soul Point for the University of Oklahoma. Justin has turned tail and ran on out of there, going to try to pick up this mid wave in recompense. Okay. So taking stock here. If you're Sac State, the hole you were already in has just gotten deeper. The way that you get back into a game like this, honestly, may just be to introduce a little bit of chaos. Get scrappy, go for some crazy fights. You want to get as many close to 50-50 opportunities as you can. Maybe try to get some vision back in your own jungle. Maybe make some picks happen. They do have the tools available with the Never Move from Swain, the Abyssal Voyage from Tom Kench, Rupture from Cho'Gath. They have the tools available to find some picks, and oh boy, do they ever need to find some picks. This is back to where we were just a minute ago. Fighting over Vision as well as the mid-priority Flag and Drag going to get Siren to safety. Third item is in for Daimiko's Victor. Going to be able to cancel out some of the healing coming through from Cho'Gath, Zac, and Swain. Could potentially be a crucial purchase. Just more of this dance that we've kind of gotten comfortable with the past few minutes. Mid pressure into Vision in the blue side jungle, into posturing around the Baron, a rinse and repeat, and that'll likely be what transpires until one of these players makes a mistake, leading to Baron. Nice little cross map there. Gonna take down that bot lane outer finally. Justin has now moved to match Chachi down in the bot lane, both with teleport available and both able to cancel the other's teleport should they use it in an inopportune location. Irene bullying around Sterling Archer in his topside jungle. Daimiko has made his way down into the bot lane to try to find Justin. A good Rupture going to knock them both up. Justin looks like he's going to live through this one. That was a pretty crucial moment there just a moment ago as Sac State's bot lane had reset. Venti, of course, being almost all of Sac State's fighting power at the moment. 5-2-2 on the Tristana. 3 items completed. The only member of Sac State doing comparable damage to Daimiko at the moment. They're in on the Monster Summoner. He's got the charge on. He will fall to it. Sac State's got to turn tail and run a great teleport match out of Justin. They're coming in immediately. A good Let's Bounce going to lock out most of the team. Chachi OKC in with the set ultimate. Going to chunk Venti down so low with that huge face breaker. XPNX going to be knocked away, but that's a 2-for-0 for the side of Sac State. They got just what they needed. Look to be peeling over to Baron now. And this could just be the Baron. If they land too much poke on them, this could be really problematic. Sterling Archer very low, and Daimiko's going to be doing so much damage. Garrett's in. Sterling Archer's Elastic Slingshot going to be canceled. Penguin Architect dropping very low. Siren going to be brought into the middle of the team and chopped down. So low, though, and Daimiko still with so much HP to work with. Not a whole lot of mana. Penguin Architect's in there to assist. That's going to be a double kill going over to XPNX, and Daimiko no longer has the mana to work with to contest this play, but they have stopped the Sac State Baron. Oh, Monster Summoner once more going to find the trap headshot. He just does not do the damage just yet. Daimiko going to come in and clean it up. And that's going to be just about everybody falling. The Sac State showing some signs of life here. Did not come out ahead in that play, but really didn't really come out behind either, if only by one member. Holding strong there, playing it even. Still down 7,000 gold. Nearing the point that you call insurmountable in terms of deficits here. And the Hextech Soul is going to come in. Sterling Archer with a nice attempt. Take back that dragon. But all for naught, as that will be Hextech Soul claimed for University of Oklahoma, and they may be looking at Baron now with Sterling Archer back at the fountain. Baron will be the call here. 4-man contest from Sac State going to come through despite being down a smite. Risky as it may be, I can't say that I blame them here. Garrett going to expend the Tom Kench Devour right off the bat. Venti going to flash out of the Cataclysm. XP Next has the Swain ultimate on and ticking. Venti just not able to hit though. Getting down some damage now, but not enough. Going to be taken down by Monster Summoner there. And that is going to be 4 for 0 in favor of the University of Oklahoma. Sterling Archer stands alone with 20+ seconds on any backup, staring down 5 members of the University of Oklahoma. Sac State needs a miracle. Mid inhibitor tower goes down. Mid inhibitor goes down. Sterling Archer's in with the elastic slingshot. He's going to let's bounce all over the team. Pad the damage numbers a little bit. Garrett's going to get in there with the Abyssal Voyage. Going to find the kill on a Penguin Architect, actually, but not before the Nexus goes down. And that's going to do it from us today here, folks. Might be back tomorrow. I'm honestly not so sure how this bracket works. It's pretty cryptic and crazy and whatever. But that'll be all from us here today. Thanks so much for tuning in, and I will catch you all next time.